morning, everyone. Welcome to all those who are watching via the live stream and to those who are attending this morning's session. It is 10 a.m. and it is time for me to open this morning's session relating to Matter 4, which is the opportunity areas, sites and the site allocations. For those of you who have not met me, my name is Louise Mercer. I'm a planning inspector being appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea's local plan review and produce a report of my conclusions and recommendations with regards to soundness. Before we begin, can everybody hear me? Thank you. Can I ask you all to turn your mobile phones off, and also can you actually not use them, because it's very off-putting if you're actually at a hearing session and people are sort of texting each other. I find that quite off-putting. A colleague of mine from the Planning Inspectorate is here today. He's here purely to observe, and he'll have no part in the examination. My examination guidance notes have outlined procedures to be followed at the hearing sessions. This will be in the form of a structured discussion, which I will lead based on the agenda I've circulated and on my matters, issues and questions. For those of you who've been following by the live stream or being here previously, you'll know that not all of the questions will be asked, and I may ask further questions. Normally I will ask council to answer the questions first, and then I'll open up to others if they wish to speak. Can you indicate that you wish to speak by putting your Toblerone, which is what I call it, or triangular nameplate on its side, and then I'll know that you intend to speak. It's also quite important if you put it down after you've spoken, otherwise that sometimes puts me in the fear of God, because I think you still want to speak. The other issue is, can you introduce yourself when you first speak, so that everyone knows who everybody is. I will take breaks during the morning, as some council has kindly put on teas and coffees. Is that going to be outside? It'll be in the council chamber. There is no fire alarm programmed, so if the fire alarm does go off, please take it seriously and follow the council down the stairs. Directors supposed to go outside. Toilets are on this floor, and I believe that's all the admin I want to say. However, it's clear from those of you who are in the room that there are lots of people in the room. The programme officers made it very clear right from the beginning that this session is likely to be heavily subscribed, so can you ensure that you just keep to the numbers as advertised. It's going to get very warm today, so just everyone keep calm and be polite and be nice to each other, because otherwise at the end of the day it will be very fractious. I'd like to also to draw everyone's attention to the statement of common ground that Historic England and the council have put together at my request. It might be useful if the council could just briefly, before we start the hearing sessions, to go to my MIQs, if they could just set out what that statement of common ground states. So, thank you for answering. I could just set out what the statement of common ground is.
Pretty good afternoon, Kensington and Chelsea Council. We've recently signed a statement of common ground with Historic England, and that was mainly with regards to the site allocation for Kensal Canal side. Historic England had raised some concerns about the site allocation as the one, particularly with regards to the historic environment, and then they were seeking some modifications which we were able to agree on. So the first of those modifications was with regard to the effect on the historic environment, which we amended paragraph 10.8 to add some new words to be quite clear that when we are looking at the planning application, we would also be looking at the effect of the historic on the historic environment. And then the other change that we've agreed with them is that the 31 stories that's referred to in the site application, we've added clarification as to why that's an approximate figure, and that the actual number of stories will depend on the floor to ceiling height, and that the maximum height of 98 meters is the parameter that's fixed. So again, some wording has been suggested and agreed with historic on that. And to make that clarification completely clear, we've also added that within figure 4.4. So it now refers to approximately 6 to 31 stories.
Thank you very much. I'd just also like to make clear to those who are not familiar with the process that any modification that does come forward has to come via me, and it will be something that I would recommend, and there will be the opportunity for consultation to take place. So it's not a question of the council changing the policy and just moving on, and I have to recommend any changes to the policy. Okay, so let's move on to ask what is the background to the site allocation initiative. I've read everyone's evidence, including the representations made and their statements. I note that the council considered that the options were to allocate the site or not to allocate it. To my mind, that seems pretty binary. Was there a more sophisticated response to that?
Madam Inspector, I think you have to look at the context of our borough and the fact that we had new development sites. It was not clearly not a council that can look at alternative sites somewhere.
Sorry, I think you misunderstand me. I wasn't suggesting you didn't allocate the site because clearly it's in the London plan as an opportunity area. I suppose my question was in terms of how you set out what was beyond the site, the scale of development, etc. Because that's the issue in my opinion.
Well, clearly the site has some history to it. It was first designated in the 2010 core strategy, and the broad parameters at that time were set out against the planning guidance that existed at that point. I think in 2011, 2010, it was defined by the GLA planning board as a new opportunity area site designated as such. Clearly over the last decade there's been substantial work done to look at bringing that site forward. It's not an easy site, I don't think anyone would say it was. And it's been an evolution of looking at what might be appropriate on the site, and that's gone through some evolution since 2010 core strategy, and then the 2016 the local plan, and then the 2019 local plan. So this is not a site that's suddenly appeared. This is a site that's been around for the last decade, and that we, over that time, been subject to significant discussions.
Thank you. I'd like to move on. What is the status of figure 10.1 and how does it relate to the policies map?
So figure 10.1 is referenced within the site allocation. So in that sense it forms part of the policy, the site allocation itself. It hasn't been shown on the proposals map, but I think that is sorry, on the policies map, and that is something that we would I think in our hearing statement we've said that in terms of showing the appropriate locations of tall buildings, that is something that we would be happy to add to the policies map. But I think the way it's graded, it may be a little too detailed to be shown on the policies map as such, but it
Thank you. I'm going to drill down to the detail later on in my questions, so I don't feel as if I'm just sort of skirting over 10.1. I mean, obviously, an observation might be made that depending on the quality of the how you actually printed this document, it's actually quite difficult to differentiate all different levels of the heights. That's an observation, I'm afraid, but that's more a technical issue potentially. I'd now like to talk, Mr. Bark, I will come back on a bit more detail in a minute. I just want to get these.
So it's not the detail, we'll come back to the detail, and he's just made an observation that he didn't use the word vague, but he was trying to comment on the diagram itself, not necessarily just the detail.
Yeah, I mean, I understand if it's the plan, the diagram at the moment is ambiguous and vague, yes, I understand that, and I'm going to come back to discuss that in a bit more detail. Thank you, Mr. Bark. Okay, now come to the issue relating to the status of the site, information accompanying the policy, and the policy itself. The policy runs out of the alphabet, indeed, it's so detailed, in very few sort of Latin alphabet. But you also have a lot of detail in an issue relating to the address, ownership, planning history, delivery planning constraints. Is there any duplication between the two? And is it clear in terms of the status between divergent between the two?
It's not intentional if there is any duplication. We don't think that there is. We view the site information table as like a separate from the site allocation, and that's of course all the site allocations. And it includes helpful factual information like the land ownership, the area of the site, and the relevant planning history. And these are things which are not really appropriate to do within the site allocation itself, but they are it's useful information. Also includes where, in terms of the housing delivery, the site sits. So that's not something suitable for the allocation, nevertheless useful information.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to move to my bullet point relating the scale, type and mix of uses as to whether they're clear. And I suppose another of the issue is whether the correct quantum of housing and commercial floor space is within the plan, and is reference to a minimum figure and its distribution for development conformity with the London plan. Because whilst I understand that there's a long history of this site, it has been in line with the London plan, and my understanding is that there's a clear difference between the London plan and the site allocation, in that the site allocation references a minimum of 3,500 new homes, whilst the London plan talks about indicative capacity. And I'd be interested as to the council's response to that observation.
The London plan, I think, acknowledges that it's up to the council to actually work within the parameters of what they actually think is appropriate on site. Clearly, we are the council that will bring forward and deliver this site. We are the council that will provide the appropriate evidence base and oversight in some detail. And so I think there's acknowledgement from the GLA that actually, as it's evolved to set, be too prescriptive from their point of view about how the site should come forward is not appropriate. It's up to the local planning authority to look at each site and look at the evidence and assess the capacity of what they think is appropriate. I think made it quite clear the sort of parameters that they want councils, London councils, to work in, and I think that's what we follow. We do set sites, all our sites, as minimums, and I think that's an appropriate. I'm not necessarily a site location that sets a maximum. Really, we're under a duty to optimise our sites, and that's the London plan policy, it's local plan policy as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wade. Before I actually ask other people to come in on that point, I've just been told that people who are listening via the live stream are struggling to hear people. So can people make sure that when they speak, and I'm afraid I think it's you, Mr. Wade, and Mr. Galati, because you've been spoken by Mr. Barr, if you can ensure that you put your microphone to both your mouths, so that people can hear. Okay, thank you. Does anyone want to come in on the point raised by Mr. Wade in terms of the issue of the minimum capacity, minimum figure for housing? I mean, I understand that, I appreciate we've only just concentrated on the residential element, and clearly there are other aspects to the allocation. Would anyone like to contribute at this point? Thank you very much. Could I start with the lady representing the Friends of Kensal Greens and People?
Thank you.
You'll put your microphone on there.
Thank you. I think that what the council has said begs the question about how appropriateness was established. And as far as I know, the council has received several reports concerning detriment, and of course I speak with regard to Kensal Green Cemetery, which adjoins, very nearly adjoins the site across the Grand Union Canal. And most of those reports indicate that height and density are driven by the number of homes required. And there is very little evidence that I've seen as to how that decision as to appropriateness was arrived at.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peterson, if you can introduce yourself.
Sure. Yes, I chair the St Quintin and Woodlands Neighbourhood Forum, which covers the area to the immediate southwest of this site, and so we are familiar with the background. And going back to your question to Mr. Wade about options, and we were involved at the stage of the 2012 consultation on an issues and options paper from the Council, which presented 3 options, one of which I've shown the diagram from in our written submission, which was talking about 2,000 homes across the opportunity area in the absence of a crossrail station. That is the position we are now in, because I think it's generally accepted that there is very little prospect of a crossrail station, and that feeds into points about connectivity and detail, which I'm sure others will come back to later. In the inspector's report on the 2019 local plan, he commented that delivery relies on substantial enabling works and infrastructure, relocation of the existing food store, a new crossrail station on the Elizabeth line, and new road links. Those are all issues which probably people will come back to. But I'm simply making the point that in terms of exploration of options, there was a stage a decade ago when the council was talking about 2,000 housing units. Mr. Wade says things have evolved. What local people cannot understand is why they have evolved to the extent that they have, and we are now contemplating schemes across the opportunity area of 4,000 housing units plus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Buck from Kensington Society. I'm not going to suggest that you'll be repeating what Mr. Peterson says, but I would like to make the point now that whilst I'm sure lots of people may agree with what other people say, it's very helpful given the long programme we have today. If you agree, just I will know that. But I just want to keep it close to the issue of the London plan and the fact that it talks about capacity rather the minimum. That's the issue that I'm really wanting to explore at the moment. Mr. Spark, okay.
I'm going to try my hardest to avoid any duplication. Sorry. I'm going to try my hardest to avoid any duplication. Can you hear
If
me?
you move it to look at me, you're being very quiet looking at me, but then
Okay.
you look
Is that better?
Yeah.
Good, thank you. Well, we indicated this evolution of numbers, and all of the London plan numbers over the years have been heavily caveated by the problem of public transport accessibility, demonstrating that there was a need to overcome that constraint. And as Henry said, we haven't seen anything at all to change that, nor is there anything in the pipeline to change that. So that's the question of numbers. When it comes to the question of minimum, Mr. Wade is correct in saying that it is up to the borough to test the London plan figures, to reassess the capacity. Unfortunately, the SPD that was produced primarily focused on options of whether different numbers could actually accommodate more affordable housing with the aim of trying to get 35% out of these sites. Those numbers were not testing the capacity in terms of accessibility. And so we're very concerned that what has evolved is still supporting a number of 3,500 or more. And we can't see there's been any change to the circumstances that have previously regarded as constraints.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spark. I'm sure the council will probably want to come back. So, can you introduce yourself, please?
Madam Inspector, my name is Jude Allen from KTRA. We are a residents' association based in the Kensal Green area on the Harrow Road, adjacent to the cemetery and very close to the area of development. I just wanted to make a point with reference to minimum numbers because people have been talking quite correctly about 3,500 or 3,600. But I wanted to clarify, in terms of the number of people actually living there, that the plans from Ballymore and Berkeley St William are for 3 to 4 bedroom units. And so the number of people actually contained on that site is closer to 8,000, not 3,500. 3,500 housing units, but a proportion of those are 2, 3 and 4 bedroom.
Thank you very much. I'm aware that problem with the local plan examination is that sometimes the real world may be not necessarily in line with the local plan, because I'm dealing with the outside allocation coming forward. Any possible planning application is out with this. It isn't related to. It's related to, but it's not directly related to.
I absolutely understand. It just speaks to the density. What these other gentlemen were talking about, how that site can accommodate that density of population.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move to my third bullet point, or my fourth bullet point. What is the basis for this, and is it justified? A number of capacity scenarios were tested. I'm looking at the council's third paragraph, and it relates to 3,500, 4,200 and 5,000 homes. So So my question, I suppose the obvious question is, why were no capacity studies tested for a smaller amount? Given that there are clearly potential issues in relation to the heritage assets and other matters which will come to later.
I think it's worth pointing out that the indicative figure in the London plan, so the table references that is the figure that's also plugged into the London plan SHLA, which forms the basis of our housing target. So I think that was our starting point in terms of the assumptions, because that is clearly Kensal and Earlsfort are the two sites where most of the growth in the borough is going to go. So our starting point was 3,500 homes in the borough.
Ms. Wade, do you want to add anything? I may misremember it, to use that terrible phrase, but didn't the previous London plan refer to a minimum figure and it's, or now it's changed to an indicative figure? Have I got that wrong?
Yes, I think that is.
So could I ask why that was the case?
I think the intention was probably to see if boroughs could exceed those figures rather than reduce, because what happened at the London plan examination was that the housing need that was identified was bigger than the capacity that was identified in the end. So I think there were several assumptions that were made. So I think there was more discretion given. I think the intention was to change, to encourage boroughs to see if those figures could be exceeded when they are doing their own development plans.
Gentleman from Ballymore, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is John Rocher from Old Jeff Land, and we represent Ballymore's and Central Supermarkets Limited. I just thought I might be able to add a bit of context to that point on the London plan. You're right, they changed from maximise to optimise in the definitions of housing delivery. I think that the purpose was then from what were minimum standards to indicative was, as Mr. Wade said earlier, was actually to give local authorities the ability to test capacity. So rather than imposing a top-down minimum figure, it was to allow the councils to properly test. And having sat through the London Plan inquiry on that point, that was largely that. So it did move from maximisation of housing delivery to an optimisation of housing delivery, part of the good growth agenda from there.
Thank you. Mr. Barker, wants to make that point.
The figures in the London Plan
Can
table,
you put your microphone on?
the figures in the London Plan table are not tested figures. They're indicative for the boroughs to test, as Mr. Wade said. And so that's why, and it's not just this site, it's all of the opportunity areas have got the same annotation, and it tells you what the previous database was, which was the 2017 SLA. And there hasn't been another one yet. So it's really down to the borough to test what the capacity is.
Thank you. Just like the council to quickly go through how it did test that capacity, please.
Well, we clearly viability and deliverability are important aspects of this, and we needed to make sure that capacities could be delivered. Clearly, looking at there are constraints which we all know on the site. There are things, other heritage sensitivities, accessibility during the town stay. So, as part of looking at those capacity studies, we really had to look at them holistically. But I think the important point was that ultimately, like in any site allocation, the site has to be delivered, and we will get to a point when you need a minimum basically those different scenarios were tested on that basis. Clearly we are challenged, and part of the London plan, our own policy again, is to come back to that word optimisation, which is an acknowledgement that you need to balance different different aspects of bringing forward. It's not a case of just maximising the site, it's a case of optimising the site and bringing forward all those different aspects that need to be looked at. So that's how those scenarios were looked at. We did look at how that quantum might look like in terms of numbers, how it might actually, if it reached fruition, what that might look like, and that's why we come to the scenario that we, the capacity that we did. As I said, it is based on a minimum, but for all the reasons that I've had to repeat why it's based on a minimum, but those are the scenarios and how we tested them.
Thank you. I'm going to move to, I'm going to deal with the heritage issues later on. But I just want to be clear that in terms of optimising the site, the driver was potentially the affordable housing. What was the driver to affordable housing viability? Was that the driving force?
I think the driver to optimise sites is because clearly brownfield site has to be optimised, and we need to try and optimise sites in London. But you're right, affordable housing is very important, and clearly looking at it in round with all the other structure, all the infrastructure requirements to bring that site forward and to get the maximum amount of affordable housing that could come forward on the site. Yes, it was a driver. I wouldn't say that affordable housing was the only driving sector. That's not the case. It's one aspect of important aspect.
Ms. Allen.
Madam Inspector, following on from what RBKC just said, if the driver was affordable housing, or one of the drivers was affordable housing, my understanding is that Ballymore have reduced the number of affordable housing from 35% to 20% because of the costs of remediation of the land, because the land is contaminated.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about the viability in terms of infrastructure requirements and costs and other physical constraints to the development. I've got some questions relating to that, which I'll take further down the agenda. Reference has been made to all these capacity scenarios, etc. But I'm just banging on about it. I just want to be absolutely clear in my head. At no point the council considers that to optimise rural site is not surely that's not necessary to maximise how much you get on the site. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So yesterday you were talking about place shifting. Right, not place making. You were place making the other night.
Yeah.
So it's very much you can start right from the beginning.
Yes, it is. I mean, we will still be looking to optimise what we can get on this site, but clearly it is one of the few cases in the borough, I was talking about, where we are to a degree place making, and clearly that takes us to a whole swathe of different aspects that need to be considered, not least how the site will be planned, and the nature of the site that people actually live on the site.
Okay. Thank you. I want to talk about duplication. I'd be interested to know about the planning status of the site, please, in terms of planning applications and planning
quite relevant planning history regarding the site. There hasn't been, there was an application, 1937, which really, I think, didn't come forward, but I think acknowledged that this was really prior to its opportunity area status coming forward in the London plan. I don't think it really has a lot of relevance to the site history now. There's been some years since then where I think opportunity area status was granted, and I think we've moved forward some way since then. So I don't really think there's really planning history on this site of relevance. With regard to the landowners, we are aware that they are working hard with my colleagues in development management to bring forward their parts of the site. Discussions are continuing on that basis, and also some sessions with residents and communities where the landowners are presenting their evolving scheme. But as I said, that's very live at the moment. Those discussions will continue. It's a very complex site to bring forward, not unfortunately one land ownership, so that's something that will continue.
Thank you. I'm now going to talk about the approach to tall buildings, whether it's effective and justified.
Could I comment on the last one?
Yes, sorry.
Wait.
Microphone.
The problem that we have, and I think when I say we, I mean all of the people around the table, apart from the developers, is that we're in a situation of prematurity. Council is coming up with a proposal which they want to have accepted. In parallel, but not yet, there are no applications yet, are for schemes that are greater than the thing in the site application, and as you recommended. So, I think you indicated at the beginning that actually the yet to come applications aren't really part of this discussion. It's really the site application that we're talking about, and we haven't even got to the point of agreeing with the site application. So we're actually talking about other schemes. The only thing you can say is there are 2 sites in the large site at the north of this opportunity area and another site to the south. 3,500 applies to all of those sites, not to only one developer. And what's coming forward at the moment, and we shouldn't be discussing this, is numbers that are greater than that global figure coming from the sites that the developers are looking at. And there is a mismatch and a degree of prematurity in having this and then discussing schemes that are considerably larger and embodying the whole of the site.
Mr. Barford, you not noted that I did actually say at the beginning that all I can consider is the site allocation. And whilst you've made your point that to an extent if this is the only issue I can actually concentrate on. That does lead to a sort of a question is, should the site be developed comprehensively? Is that that's something that hasn't been raised?
It would be ideal to do that. I think we just got to realise that unfortunately we're not in that scenario. Having said that, the council's done a lot of work behind the scenes to try and coordinate landowners. We share discussions to bring them together. They speak to each other. So ideally, yes, we'd like to do that, but I don't think we can, as a council, we can do that. It's my understanding that certainly the northern part of the site would be brought forward fairly simultaneously, and I think there's clearly advantages for landowners to bring scheme pulled in that, on that basis.
Okay, is the approach to the tall buildings effective and justified? So I was just going to ask a rather naive question, which probably you'll shoot me down over. I'd always thought that Kensington and Chelsea was always cited as being this amazingly dense area in terms of residential development, and it's all terraces, etc. Is that correct?
Mansion block topology at a certain height is regarded, is often cited as where you could do fairly high density development using mansion block topology. That's true. I could qualify that further. So is that sufficient?
That's, I think you probably will end up qualifying it, to be fair. So my next point is, has any consideration been made to redeveloping the site without tall buildings?
Yes, we certainly looked at a number of scenarios on the site, including looking at a regular building height. The problem that we found with that is that actually bringing the site forward, if you actually sort of have a fairly even distribution on the site. So, given if you look at the building heights and looking at a fairly even distribution on the site, it really doesn't leave a lot of opportunities for absolutely important things like open space. So I think in terms of actually modelling a site, you really do need to have a topology that is more varied than that. And actually, I think if you just, I don't think to achieve the capacity on this site, I don't think a mansion block topology would work. Well, in fact, it wouldn't work. And if you did go for a mansion block topology, you wouldn't have any other space around the building. So it would actually, as far as we're concerned, it doesn't work for a very high density such as this.
Could you, just for a matter of record, if you could point me to where you've done that study, or is it? Sorry, if you can. No, you can't do that. No, sorry, because no one will be able to hear you. So if you can just come to
Jimena Guire, urban design officer. The work that we did for establishing the capacity, and in particular, defining what we think is acceptable in terms of the height on the site, was clearly based on the site allocation numbers, and sought to explore what the options might be in terms of what the approach for the township impact would be for across a wider area. It also took into account what John was referring to earlier in terms of not at the level of master planning a site, but in the understanding that there are lots of considerations to be taken when master planning a site, such as the provision of open space, making sure that there is enough sunlight and daylight, both to the spacing between buildings and buildings themselves. So the testing was based on the professional judgment and allowing for those things to be discussed in more detail by the relevant people as part of the proposal plan education. But the judgment was made that it was not, it's basically not possible to develop a site, this particular site, with a topology that is similar to the mansion block, and achieve all the other things that need to be achieved for a place to live.
So there wasn't a assessment of just using the mansion block approach. It was considered, that was dismissed as being not appropriate on the basis that you wanted to have all these other things. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there's, right, so also my understanding in terms of open space is that Kensington and Chelsea doesn't actually have very much public open space because it's very tight-knit aspect. So in terms of when we're sort of weighing the pros and cons of, in my mind's eye here, so the open space is given quite high consideration, lack of open space that would have happened if you had gone for a more a lower height development. Is that right?
I think it's open space, but also the just the ability to see light from the buildings themselves and the space to be.
So are you saying that most of Kensington has got poor living conditions?
No, but at the density that the site requires to be developed, that would be the.
So in terms of so what you're saying is that with the minimum of 3,500 units for the residential, the 3,500 unit has been set as being the minimum, and therefore you've tested everything on the basis of 3,500. And in terms of that development on that particular site, you could only get that if you included tall buildings and a variety of topologies. Correct. Right, okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Mr. Wade, if you want to come in.
Only to really add, Madam Inspector, that we have looked closely at this, and we've looked at like modelling, and absolutely you're right. We are very conscious that if we're going to provide good living conditions and a good place for future residents on this site, and it's absolutely essential that we provide as much open space as we can. We've got the Kensal Green Cemetery adjacent. We'd like to, that's an area as well, but we've got to have open space on this site. There's other things like open space that we've got, we will have to look at very carefully about how that will actually be used. But it's really absolutely fundamentally important that we do have that.
Thank you. Mr. Allen wants to comment.
Ms. Allen. Madam Inspector, a couple of points. First of all, I've heard in discussion both with Ballymore and today from the past speaker, Kensal Green Cemetery is not a green space park. It is a working cemetery. It's often referred to because of its proximity to the development site as a green space that is part of the whole development. As far as I can see from the current models that Ballymore have produced, the only green space is something the size of a pocket handkerchief, which is adjacent to Ladbroke Grove, which in terms of pollution makes a nonsense of it being a paean to biodiversity. I would also like to ask, in their considerations of topology of the development site, did they look at high density, low rise buildings? For example, Unity Place in Kilburn, which is an award-winning example of a high rise, low density complex. Current architectural practice shows that you can facilitate the same number of people in a housing development that is a square shape, low rise, with a green bit in the centre, which is exactly the same as a high rise building, which now, in terms of your Agenda 21 commitments, makes a nonsense of
is carbon zero.
Thank you for that comment. However, I'm trying to keep it vaguely on the agenda. But in terms of the question of low density, the council seems to have suggested that they haven't really, I mean, low rise, or the council have said that they haven't really explored that. Now, that's something that I have to consider whether they should have or not, but that's for me to take away. Mr. Babbitt, do you want to go in?
Thank you very much. I think we recognise this is going to be a high density development. But one of the big concerns is the form it will take and the open space requirements. There is nothing in the allocation that deals with the amount of open space that will be needed to meet the standards, given how short of public open space this borough is. So this scheme is going to have to consume its own smoke in the sense that it's got to provide the open space that's needed. And the pressure on the numbers is what's driving density and height. It isn't actually designing in from the start a sufficient amount of open space. And so our concern on numbers and density and height are also about the lack of sufficient open space to serve that community. So I think it's been driven too much by the numbers at the start rather than the end product, which is what people are concerned about.
Mr. Peterson.
Very briefly, we would support all that's just been said, but you have a separate session on tall buildings later on in these sessions, and that may be a more relevant place to discuss conformity with London Plan D9B. But just to mention that our view is that figure 10.1, which I think you've described as vague, is insufficient to conform with London Plan D9B, which requires maps showing suitable locations for tall buildings. There is nothing in the local plan at the moment that shows more specifically than a heat map of a 15-hectare area where those tall buildings should appropriately be located. There is some text which talks about some parts of the opportunity area being more suitable than others, but the wording of D9B, which was the subject of a specific direction from the Secretary of State, says they must be shown on maps. It's a debate that's been going on across other local plans in London. Figure 10.1 doesn't do that. The SPD did show 4 locations in the opportunity area considered on various grounds to be appropriate for tall buildings, but as you've made clear, the SPD is not a local plan, development plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson. It'd be very helpful if you could briefly, I've got this very heavy tome, which is the opportunity area heights analysis. I don't know who from the councils will be able to talk me through the conclusions in that.
Just so that I understand, here, just about the conclusion.
Yeah, if you could direct me to the correct page, so I can absolutely be clear that I've got the right provisions in front of me.
Page 231. Page 231.
Well, yes. Obviously, the study looks at the number of youth that have been identified through the process of production of the SPD, and then makes an assessment for each of those views, looking at the number of considerations that it is. Could you
Make sure you're talking to your microphone.
Yes, so it looks at the views from the surrounding townscape, essentially. The study then goes on to define the general approach to guiding height within the site, based on principles that were established by looking at those views. A conclusion for that. Sorry, I'm going to make a little bit more space.
I suppose it might be helpful if I just look at page 224
And then
of the plan, which has a lot of red.
Yeah.
Which seems to suggest that visual quality effects are predominantly red. I think that's a fair enough.
quite significant, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then how was that then taken forward? Conclusions were drawn from that.
So each of the views then looks at a number of principles from a townscape perspective. For instance, from any given particular view, I'm going to give an example of a view from the north. For a view on from the north, seeing the site from the entrance of the cemetery. So the cemetery has an arched view, an arched entrance. Yeah. Yeah, so if you go to page 32, for example, in that view, the study identifies that the impact of seeing tall buildings immediately on top of that gate would be considered particularly adverse. So then what the study goes on to do, if you go back to where we were before, is define areas within the site where the impact is less adverse. So if we go to 231 rather than 224. So that begins to set out what the overall strategy is. Just by defining those views, which is to have lower buildings towards the north of the site, where the cemetery is, and the greater height towards south of the site, where the railway is. Now, with regards to the southern part of the site, which is to the south of the railway line, the greater sensitivity is to the east.
Yeah. Okay. Perhaps I wasn't clear, but in terms of the table of the scale table of red, which I'm sure everyone can see, that was used as when you first did your first three scenarios. Is that right? And then you've drawn conclusions from that and translated it into what you brought forward as your recommended issue relating to where all these sites should be. Just so I'm absolutely clear, where would I find your assessment of those revised views? Have you done the same analysis of revised views?
Of the revised, so within the appendix, for this document. So what we're looking for is, what the document does is it finds, it analyzes the impact per view, and then it, based on that, concludes on the recommendation of where, what the strategy should be, for the placing of height within the site. So that's the conclusion, basically.
I think I understand that, and I may be missing a point, and Mr. Jonathan Ballamore may be able to elucidate things. But you've done various assessments, you've then set out where you put the various, how it should impact, and you've set out various heights in that. And you've got a whole load of pictures of scenarios A and B, etc. And recommendations. I just want to clarify, are the recommendations, and you've also got a little document here, scenarios 1A and B as well, and scenario 1. I'm just trying to work out how all these visual representations relate to what your conclusions are in terms of your site allocation. And that's what I'm trying to, as I say, I may have misread the evidence or not understood the evidence, which is very possibly likely. But I just want to be absolutely clear so that when I'm looking at the evidence and making coming to any recommendations, so I'm totally clear where, how you've tested the recommendations that you've come forward with. Perhaps the gentleman.
There's quite a lot to go for there, potentially. If I could just quickly, I mean, first of all, I would just reiterate that I think it's important to remember, obviously, this site has some very substantial gas holes.
I'm not talking about contamination.
No, I'm talking about height.
So you're talking about
Those heights of the gas holes, one of which was up to 70 metres or so.
Yes, I'm
So
not.
I'm just going back to your talk buildings.
Yes. I'm just talking about the evidence at the minute. That's all I really want to know about is the evidence.
Yes, well, I think just from the starting point, because we've obviously over the years worked quite intensively with council doing a large number of studies into all of these matters about how you bring a deliverable site forward. And the conclusion we came to is actually that I don't think we dismissed at all the typology you talked about, which was to do with mansion blocks. Indeed, that's something that we're exploring, but we do also see a variety in terms of placemaking. For a lot of the reasons Mr. Wade brought forward, in terms of high quality space between buildings, roads, networks, places, neighbourhood centres, that in our view does demand a variety of typologies. And indeed, even in this location, if you don't have to travel very far, and you do see examples, I was at Common, so there's a number of those around the edges of the borough. We are, of course, this site is, of course, the northern edge of that borough. So a lot of assessment work went into the background to the SPPD. I think in evidence as well, we produced we did our own studies that look at what's the difference between tall buildings and the typology and mansion blocks. And it does create some challenges which we don't think are effective placemaking for a site of this type, this size, and this nature. And we also think, because, as we said before, the history of the site and the other assessments we've done, we do think there is opportunity for tall buildings as a matter of principle. Going to your point on the study, I think we've raised concern in the past that study has limitations. I mean, I think even this study itself recognises it has limitations, and we pointed to page 231. There is a narrative there which explains the limitations of the study. I mean, for instance, it looks at range of massing, but it doesn't look at architecture, it doesn't look at on-site constraints, it doesn't look at daylight sunlight, it doesn't look at relationships with residential properties. It looks basically at visibility of the scheme in different locations and assesses that. And another criticism I would put at the
study, which we raised previously in earlier submissions, was that it sort of reaches a conclusion that you can see it, its adverse, doesn't give proper weight to what opportunities for mitigation could be there. So I think you have to look at that study in that context. I think you have to look at it in the round with other matters in terms of bringing this site forward and achieving a deliverable scheme, which is what we're all trying to do. And I would say that's not necessarily guided by minimum housing numbers, that's guided by a number of parameters, which is assessing infrastructure, how you deliver the infrastructure on the site, how you deliver importantly homes. Let's not forget, of course, London has dire housing need, as does the rest of the country, and this is one of the few major central brownfield sites to be able to achieve that. We've got to look at public transport, we've got to look at heritage impacts and around as well. We've got to understand all those aspects. We've got to look at how you bring that site forward, and I think it is part of that consideration.
Before the gentleman from St William LLP may want to expand on that, but I'm really just honing in on the study and ensuring that I completely understand.
The study was baseline, as I think has just been clarified to you, Madam Inspector, for making decisions about what might be an appropriate height. I think it's fair to say that for all the constraints that have just been mentioned, we had to look at, we did look at the impact of views, and this really informed the decisions that we took in terms of height. And it also looked at the impact. And if you look at policy criterion J, we set out a number of townscape principles for this site coming forward.
Okay, I still may be completely wrong. I want to make things simple. You just told me I was wrong. In terms of the recommendations that have come forward and have been placed in the plan, have they been tested in the same way as your 3 scenarios were tested? So on page 224, you have an on-duty area assessment matrix, right? Which have 3 scenarios that have been tested. And from those 3 scenarios, my understanding is that having taken all those scenarios together, you put together what would be the optimum site layout. Is that correct? And no.
So not site layout.
Well, okay, but in terms of mapping.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Having done that, have you got something equivalent in terms of the testing that I could?
So within the appendix,
Yeah.
Which looks at now site, which is the set document that you have on the A4. So
Yeah, it's got the appendix.
there is a sort of hypothetical layout, which then looks at those particular views and shows what the impact would be.
So you've shown them as pictorial representations.
Correct, yeah.
Yes. But in terms of just the matrix, which we've got here, there is no matrix for your pictorial representations that you.
No.
No. So it'd be very helpful for me if you could put together a matrix setting out pictorial representation for this. So you understand what I'm?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. Gentleman from St William LLP.
What we had from Chris Hassel from DP9 Plan Consultants representing St William, the owners of the Kensal Castle site. Just a number of points which link back to the evidence base, but also 10.1, which I pretty want to talk about with this item. Just by way of context, so St William have been working on this site for a number of years on gas works, and that's been very much in partnership with our neighbours planning on the same principle to create a holistic master plan. We're very conscious, of course, of the sensitivities of the site and the heritage sensitivities of the central to the north, and also very aware of the balance of optimising an opportunity area. And I think what we'd say on the evidence base is it feels to us that it tries to correctly strike that balance of being sensitive to the north, but also optimising how we work through tall buildings in appropriate locations. I'd like to say that we've worked collaboratively with our neighbours, Ballymore and Sainsbury's, to do a huge amount of testing, master planning, townscape and heritage testing, separate to collaboration with the council, including dialogue, many pre-application meetings with the council, the GLA, the Historic England. A lot of those discussions are focused on where within the site is appropriate for tall buildings and what should those heights be. I'd add that we were originally our proposal for much taller buildings than where we are now, and I think, speaking on behalf of St William, when we endorse the recent statement of common ground that the Council of Historic England have put forward regarding sort of maximum 98 metre from ground cap. And I'd add that in terms of the evidence base, from our perspective, it's really important that figure 10.1 gets that balance right, in that it shouldn't be overly prescriptive, because that's ultimately the role of the planning process to assess planning applications. At the same time, purely speaking on behalf of the St William element of the site regarding the gasworks, there's from our perspective a kind of a commonality of the evidence base, in that obviously we've been working to the adopted SPD for many years, and discussions with the council have focused on that. And the conclusions of the more recent height studies also conclude that for the western part of the site, it is appropriate for there to be a cluster of tall buildings, and I'd add that the diagram in the recent study includes both St William's site and part of Ballymore site, as well as being appropriate for some of the tall buildings on site. So going to your point about 10.1, we think it's nearly there actually in terms of the diagram, and it's appropriate to have generally the lower buildings towards the north and the cemetery, and respecting that, we have to go through the planning process correctly on that. But also then identifying building heights of 98 metres and locations that are appropriate. And I'd point you, as I said, to that commonality of evidence in terms of the previous SPD and the new draft evidence base in terms of where within the site is appropriate for those taller components.
Thank you. It seems to be taking quite a long time to get through this item, but it's obviously an incredibly important site, so it's important that I am able to ensure that I've got all the information I need. But nonetheless, we all need coffee, don't we? So at this point, I'd like to break till 11:30. I need to consider whether there's much chance of us getting on to the other sites that I was hoping to get today, but those other sites I don't think actually will take so long. Obviously we want to try and get through this as quickly as possible, but if people are willing to bear with me, I'm sure we can get through the whole day. So thank you. So we'll come back at 11 o'clock, sorry, 11:30.
Oh, hello. Oh, sorry. How are you?
Welcome back, all those who are listening by live and those who are here today. Council set out how the site relates to nearby users. Just a couple of things I want to query on that. The council states that the cemetery has always been in an urban setting. I think factually, when we look at the heritage statement, that's not actually to be true in that it was built out when the area was open countryside. My understanding is from the history of the cemetery. And I'd also like, what I'd like to address is how the site relates to the OPDC area. That'd be just a bit of overview how that relates, given that the London Prime Opportunity Area is obviously a very large site, and this is a small element thereof.
Just in terms of the urban setting of the site, you're absolutely right. I mean, when the cemetery was first built, it was built on the edge of London, I think in the 1830s. Clearly, fairly quickly after that, London grew exponentially, and I think it was in the 1870s, the gasworks at Kensal Canalside, hence the name Kensal Canalside Gasworks. And clearly, I think the point we were making, Madam Inspector, was that for much of the cemetery's life, like much of London, the setting changed very quickly from countryside to the north to an urban setting with the gasworks and gas holders and other various industrial installations adjacent to the cemetery. In terms of the OPDC site, yes, it adjoins the site to the west, and clearly that is a very large site, subject to its own development corporation that the Mayor's bringing forward, and it is designated as an opportunity.
So are there any links between the two?
We are, as part of the transportation links, we are certainly conscious that we would like links to the new station at Old Oak Common. So, as part of the transportation accessibility that we will probably be coming on to at some point, we would wish to see. Eventually, it will take some time, links to particularly the Old Oak Common station, which is in the OPDC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wade. And see that there are a couple of telephone three now. The London Line Group, gentlemen, if you could introduce yourself.
Good morning, Madam Inspector. My name is Mark Phelan. I am the chairman of the West London Line Group. That's the role in which I'm here today to make my representations. I'm also chair of the Earls Court Society Transport Subgroup, and also an honorary chair of the Erdley Crescent Residents Association. In my time, I have been professionally employed by the London Tour as research manager for a number of years, in which I helped this particular borough develop a number of different policies at its time. So I'm very well versed with the area, specifically concerned with things in and around the Earlscourt area, but specifically on this part of Old Oak Common. Even if the Elizabeth Line station gets built and is connected with Elizabeth Line station not yet promised at Old Oak Common, there is no connection from there.
We are going to be talking about transport in a different section, but just
you're talking about links about this
site.
There is no link, no effective link from North Kensington by rail to the rest of the borough.
Thank you. Lady from Friends of Kensal Cemetery.
Thank you, Joanna Holmes. I would question really the statements about the gasworks, because at the time the gasworks were built, the cemetery opposed them and lost in, I believe it was the High Court, if I could be certain of that. So to talk about the gasworks as if they were somehow something which was an accepted state of affairs is somewhat overstating the case. And in terms of links, I think the link along the towpath along by the Grand Union Canal shouldn't be forgotten as something which is a casually mentioned route between Paddington and Old Oak, which is, as far as I know, no serious study has ever been done of the traffic and its capacity.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you. Henry Peterson, St Quintin and Woodland Neighbourhood Forum. I think you have pinpointed a very important set of questions about what happened at the western end of the opportunity area, that being the borough boundary and the boundary between KMC and the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation. The reality is that there are no firm plans for any form of vehicular link between the two. The West London line has a high embankment. It would be necessary to tunnel underneath it. The OPDC local plan, adopted in 2022, shows diagrammatically an east-west route which they term Wormwood Scrub Street, which would run right across from above Wormwood Scrubs and the station right through to Ladbroke Grove, but it is unfunded in the OPDC infrastructure delivery plan, and there's no evidence as yet that any developer is going to be able to come forward with sufficient planning obligation resources to fund what would be a major piece of infrastructure. The OPDC at one point had 250 million of housing infrastructure funding, and its focus was on that part of Old Oak North, as they called it, where there was to be an overground station built at Hyde Road. That would have had implications in terms of detail levels for the western end of the Kensal area. That all failed because of negotiations falling apart with Car Giant Limited, the owners of the 45-acre Old Oak North land holding. Now, the OPDC, since 2019, has been focused on the western part of Old Oak, the other side of a 1 kilometre long station. The other thing people don't appreciate, or not many people appreciate, is that there is no firm plan for vehicular access to the eastern end of what will be a 1 kilometre long, 1.7 billion station of supposedly global quality of design, that no route has been found for that. So in terms of connectivity, and the point made yesterday by Mr. Wade, that it will become a well-connected place, we see no evidence to support that. Nothing solid from the OPDC, nothing solid from KMC.
Okay, so in terms of transport, I'm going to obviously be
Yeah.
discussing that later, and I don't want to sort of segue into that
Okay.
element. It's just in terms of the relationship between the two.
Well, there is the canal side footpath. That's
So
it.
it's canal side footpath,
That's it.
predominantly. Mr. Black, if you could just leave it and perhaps if you could come back.
It's about heritage, it's not.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking about heritage in a minute. So, I think I understand the interrelationship between that and nearby uses. There's obviously residential nearby to the east. You've got the school, various issues, various elements there. You've got an employment zone. I'd obviously be fine as well, as far as I can. So, and you've got Sainsbury's, obviously, which has no cafe. Okay, right. Let's look in terms of heritage assets. The potential adverse impact of developing the site, including heritage assets and how they can be impacted. I don't want to go through it in detail, But I think it's fair to characterise the heritage impact assessment that's been undertaken in October 22 by the council, on behalf of the council, to suggest that there's quite a potential for significant impacts on the cemetery, not only on the cemetery but on the modernist housing at the eastern entrance to the site. Yeah. So clearly, heritage matters are a major issue with this development. The council references that it's going to ensure that the setting of nearby heritage assets is in advance. Could the council sort of expand on this?
Right, Sarah Buckingham.
Yeah,
Conservation.
Don't look at me, just talk about it.
Okay. Just to backtrack a tiny bit. Obviously, as has already been pointed out, the proximity of Kensal Green Cemetery to the site, just across the canal, clearly highlights the likely effects on heritage assets. The gasworks, just to say, were a long-established part of the townscape, even if not an accepted one by some, and that the townscape has been quite urbanised actually from the 1850s when Kensal Town started developing. Anyway, it's clear that apart from the gasworks which have now gone and developed, existing buildings on the site are relatively low in height. So it's always been clear that it would be only the very most modest quantum of development that would have no effect on adjoining heritage assets. And we have to also bear in mind Kensal House, which is 2-star, and it's part of a very interesting modernist concept development with sort of social concepts behind it, and also Oxford Gardens Conservation Area to the south. So we've always understood that there was very likely to be some impact on the setting of heritage assets, and that we'd have to consider the contribution of that setting to their significance and look at mitigation. There is also the example of the possibility of the canal bridge, which might then have actually direct effects on the Kensal Green Cemetery itself, which is a multi-layered designation with heritage assets within it, as well as being a heritage asset, and it's quite complicated. Throughout, really, our consideration of heritage has, of necessity, been tied up with our thoughts about building, both tall buildings and the general heights and disposition of development over the opportunity area site. Clearly, mainly because of the effects on setting and views. And I think we can see that mitigation will be important, but it may not be able to achieve complete screening of development. So that's why in relation to heritage assets, we've had to focus on the height and the siting of tall buildings, the general contours of development over the site, keeping buildings towards the canal as low as possible, also protecting a bound along the canal, so that most close and intimate relationship with the cemetery, as you know, appreciated as a person walking on the other side of the canal was more protected, and that's reflected in policy SA1, as well as key views, and particularly the entrance into the cemetery, which is a key sort of set piece of the landscape and the design and the layout of the cemetery. In terms of direct mitigation, which would perhaps be necessary if there's a footbridge and then increased footfall through the cemetery what we've looked at is the potential for more direct mitigation through works within the cemetery which would respond either to additional wear and tear or to safety concerns where structures are not particularly sound. So that's the situation we're in at the moment. Oh, just draw your attention now to the statement of common ground with Historic England. I think there's a suggested main modification in there on the final page of that, which relates to Principle Q as it is now, and a suggested amendment that opportunities would be taken to secure the repair or recovery of designated heritage assets which have been identified as at risk, which, if you're minded to accept it, would deal perhaps with the more direct mitigation of effects on the cemetery.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to comment in relation to the heritage assets? Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on at that point. In terms of the harm that the council seem to be, to their credit, have set out quite explicitly within your document on heritage impact assessments. Does anyone wish to respond to what the council said?
Thank you. Where to start really? I was hoping you were going to point me in the direction which you would like me to start in. Shall we start with the bridge? Because you'd rather not.
What I suppose what I'd really like you to from where I'm standing, sitting indeed, is that Historic England have put it forward that Kensal Cemetery is one of the sort of 7 wonders or Magnificent Seven, and it's a big one. So all these things are very, very high thresholds, and it's not just a straight balance, is it, between development and heritage. And as a decision maker, I have to be very clear about my statutory duty in that respect. And so, can I just crudely put it, has the council suggested that, yeah, we know there'll be problems, but it's worth it because we're getting the housing on the side and we're getting the side developed? Is that a very crude representation?
My answer, I hope we're more sophisticated than that, but we accept that obviously in the NPPF that balance has to be made where there's less than substantial harm against potential public benefits. So that's a calculation we should make, certainly.
I think one of my concerns is that in making that judgment, and I think the Friends of Kensal Green Cemetery accept that the site will be developed and that affordable housing is a very significant public benefit, and that the council has to balance public benefit against detriment. And we also accept the heritage impact studies conclusions that a degree of detriment is unavoidable with the development of the site. It is also unavoidable but could be mitigated through the increased access through the site. My concern is that none of these considerations have been shared with people who are charged with conserving or have as their own self-appointed desire to perpetuate certain characters of the site, including heritage, but also including biodiversity and tranquility. And none of that argument that Buckingham has just outlined is evident in the plan. And while I'm very happy that Historic England have encapsulated many of the representations we made and which were discounted when this plan went out for consultation, and then the council considered representations in February, And I'm very happy that there is now a statement of common ground between the council and Historic England, which only relates to some of the Historic England concerns. There is, when on the subject of the bridge, for example, and access through the cemetery, which is a provision which has lingered without ever being re-examined since 2016, as to its advisability, impact, or means of mitigation. The council's response to our representations on the plan was that this would, of course, be discussed with the local planning authority and the owners of the site. There was no mention of Historic England. And I think that there is no evidence in the plan that the impact of some of these provisions will be considered. That, in my view, goes to lack of soundness in the plan. Doesn't necessarily mean that the council is not acting responsibly in its own mind, but it is a lack of soundness in the plan, and it's a lack of protection of heritage assets and other assets in the plan.
Thank you. Shane, very briefly, please. And if you can introduce yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Shibo Chen, representing two local residents, Isis Ambak and Molly Denis. I just direct Madam Inspector's attention to the council's clear assessment that the height arising from the site allocation in the site application constitute clear substantial harm to the nearby heritage assets, and the text to justify these substantial harms, if any proposal comes forward in place, would be a very high bar in the language of the National Planning Policy Framework. That will be these harms has to be justified. These harms that's a substantial public benefit. An exceptional scenario has to exist to justify a substantial harm to these listed assets.
Thank you, Mr. Rock.
Yes, I think Mr. Buckman was quite right to point out that it's not just the cemetery, it's by far the most sensitive. You've got a conservation area immediately to the south, for a listed building on the Ladbroke frontage. So it's all of those things. The main problem, and it's the problem that I think Historic England highlighted, but I think as they were consulted very late in the day for the statement of common ground, they did a kind of damage limitation exercise, but they were extremely exercised by the impact on Kensal Cemetery. And at the end of the day, what it comes down to is actually the height and dominance of all of the tall buildings that could come along the canal, which will affect the cemetery quite badly. So it's on all of the assets, but more particularly recognising that the thing that causes most of the harm is actually the height of the buildings. I know we'll come to the diagram, but that's for now.
Thank you.
Chris Ascot, Deputy Legal Representative. So, just to emphasise the point raised by the council, that we're of course very conscious of the heritage sensitivities, absolutely. But any impact would fall within the less than substantial harm category, because we're talking about impacts on setting. So we're not talking about physical impacts on heritage, so we're talking about impacts on setting. So under the NPPF, that less than substantial harm. And everybody's completely correct that that results in the need for decision makers to do the balancing exercise of less than substantial harm versus public benefit. And ultimately, it's difficult to do that at this stage because it's something that can only be done once you have a planning application before you. So the development itself, the magnitude of any perceived harm and the public benefits can be weighed in the balance. So I think we need to be really careful that just because a development may be visible in principle from the within the setting of heritage asset, that doesn't de facto result in harm. And it's the role of the local plan to set up a framework with which planning applications can come forward. But then ultimately that balancing exercise of any perceived as a substantial harm versus the public benefits is something that can only be really done at the planning application stage.
I'm sure you're aware that the historic England site allocation through local plans advice note. Clearly, one has to be cognizant of what potential harm to a setting takes place when one's allocating a site. Otherwise, it would just be you can't just rely on the Section 78 application. I don't think one would one has to consider the evidence in this respect. Obviously, I have to consider that there's considerable potential impacts on heritage assets, including the issue of the access through the cemetery, which may I might sort of discuss in terms of transport issues, because I know that talking about the character of the cemetery and sort of the nighttime activity, etc. So I'm very cognizant of that. Can I now move on to flood risk? I mean, I don't really need to go through that. I just take that as read. Can we look at the transport implications? My understanding is that the site is quite, the PTL scores are quite low at the moment, although there are buses that are sort of turn around opposite Sainsbury's and Pep. And that the approach is to rely on increased bus services to increase PTAL scores on the site. That's correct, is it not? Confirm that that's correct.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Are we suggesting that the lack of the Elizabeth Line station doesn't really impact on things? We're going to rely on the buses. That's correct, isn't it, as well? So, in terms of car parking, my understanding is that there is a massive issue relating to this existing supermarket on the store, which has already just got dedicated car parking there, which under the local plan would be less likely to have that extent of car parking. Is that right?
That's right. Any.
Sorry, can you introduce?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my name is James McCool, Transport Planning Manager at Burnham Council in Chelsea. Any development proposals that come forward will be subject, obviously, to development plan policies, such as the transport one that we'll be discussing next in a few weeks' time, but also the London Plan policies. And the London Plan policies obviously include policies that encourage parking restraint. So any future application related to the Sainsbury's will obviously be subject to those development plan policies. There is a supermarket there at the moment with a reasonably sized car park. So we would anticipate that any future supermarket provision would also include a car park, subject to due assessment against development plan policies.
So getting to the basic issue is this site, once you've put all your bus services in, is it going to be suitably accessible?
I mean, without repeating what I said previously, I think any aspirational proposals in terms of the site allocation, either for a vehicular bridge all the way across from the northern part of the opportunity area, across a very wide expanse of rail track to the land owned by Department of Transport Network Rail, that should be treated with serious scepticism, given its potential costs. And as I said, there are no firm plans to increase accessibility to the site at the western end by providing some route through the Scrubs Lane, Wood Lane, Old Oak Common Station, and a new Elizabeth Line station due to be built there in 2028 or so. So the footpath is the only connection, and as I say, there's no firm evidence of either government money or developer money coming forward to pay the very large infrastructure sums needed to achieve a well-connected site. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I bring in the lady from Transport for London, please?
Hi, Josephine Voss from Transport for London. I'm the London Plan Manager there. I just wanted to say that when we assess opportunity area PTAL levels, public transport access levels, we look at where there's existing network rather than looking at a site like the Gasworks, which does not have permeability by walking or buses at all. And it's not just buses that will increase the PTAL. Walking permeability will be substantially increased, and that will create completely new pedestrian links, and it will shorten the distances to public transport access points. And that will actually probably improve PTAL in this case greater than the provision of buses, but buses will further enhance that. So that's something that really needs to be considered. And from a transport planning perspective right now, the opportunity area is considered to have very good public transport access. It is PTAL 3 to 5 in the bits that are actually built up, and we consider that very good access. And one of the reasons and justifications that we have for the further restraint in opportunity areas compared to other places in London is that when we plan these areas, we're very proactive in ensuring that the infrastructure is available, and we do not allow sites to come forward that do not mitigate the impacts on the transport network. So in planning any site that comes forward in an opportunity area, we require contributions, we require land, we require new connections to enable people to move around. And just to say at the end of that is that this site, this opportunity area, shall I say, is very similar in some ways to King's Cross. And I think we all have in our mind when we go to Granary Square, for example, that it's a very well-connected urban place that is good for walking slightly and public transport. The housing at the King's Cross opportunity area has a lower PTAL than the sites here would have. So it's a very good comparator because it has a canal and it has railway severance. So if you can create a primarily sustainable mode, easy to walk and cycle around, buses through the site, access to tube stations a bit further afield, because there are those natural barriers, then we should be considering that that is what's possible at this site, and that's what we would be looking to cooperate with any developers to achieve.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, in terms of the pedestrian links, does that include through the cemetery to the north?
I'm not across that level of detail, but I can take it back to you and bring you back an answer for that.
I would really appreciate that, because that's quite a fundamental issue in terms of whether it's realistic that people will be travelling through the cemetery in the night, or not necessarily in the middle of the night, but when it's dark in the winter, because although we're on the almost longest day today at the moment, aren't we? But we see daylight as being our friend on the 22nd of December, it might be a very different
Absolutely,
experience.
And just to add to that, in any transport assessment, which we require for every application to come through that is referred to the mayor, so anything substantial, we actually require nighttime active travel assessments as part of that. So all of these issues are considered in the round when the planning application comes in, and we do work with developers to create mitigations to either have alternative routes or make routes safer in some cases, but we consider everything from women's safety to children's access, all kinds of things like that. So I can definitely put together a note for you to explain how that process works and look at the specifics of that route if you want.
Thank you. Jonathan, the West London Line Group.
Thank you. I would say that it's highly appeared at the moment to be highly unlikely that the line station would go forward. This would, I think, provide additional impacts from North Kensington on the existing networks, and to that extent we would hope that the plan would incorporate proposals for the station of Westway Circus, especially also Hythe Road, I understand is not going to go ahead either.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that it shouldn't be forgotten that although one can take steps to make a passage through the cemetery more secure, that has an impact, and it has a visual impact on the heritage asset, on the historic landscape, and I think that when we first saw the proposals which would allow that to happen, could see all of the planning reasons behind it, But the net result was that there was going to be a high impact structure across the cemetery, across key views within the cemetery, historic views within the cemetery, and whether it would give people actual safety at night, sufficient to give them confidence at night, was at question.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bart, very quickly, please.
Yes, I think the assessment done by the Transport for London is a bit optimistic. It's actually looking at what people might do. The reality is that the only way for the foreseeable future of getting in and out of the site, and it is a landlocked site, one entry point. It's difficult to imagine 8,000 people, is the number that would likely to be the end number, are going to get served by a few more extra buses, apart from the issue that at the moment, Ladbroke Grove has got major congestion problems, and after development, that could only increase. The opportunities that exist for major change don't seem to be on the horizon.
I understand that the idea is that there'll be some financial contribution.
The problem here is you can't change the geography.
Yeah, I'm aware of the truth. Thank you very much. Gentleman Ballamore.
Yes. John Rocha from Roger Planbricks and Ballamore Sainsbury's. Just to be very clear and quick, in terms of detail, one of the proposals and these Luton policy to bring buses much further into the site, like they have at the site entrance, and then leave, and that probably has the biggest, I would agree with TfL point. That has a fairly biggest change in P-tail ratings across the site. Looked at the baseline studies. That moves it up to 3, 4 at the back end of the site, the western end, and retains obviously the 4, 5 at the front end of the site. So bus links are really important, like the Goodrell as well, pedestrian activity, which is bridge links, not just to the north but to the south. All of those and active travel opportunities all go to part of trying to make this a more accessible site and then moving into the existing network.
Thank you very much. I've got issue about the infrastructure requirement and costs. I'm aware of those. In terms of the site realistically viable and deliverable, I just wanted to query about contamination problems. It's really a question for others. I've seen your is it the IGFS or something? You know, the infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. In terms of contamination and benchmark land value, has the benchmark land value taken into account the contamination on the site, or has the contamination on the site been taken as a cost to be taken off the benchmark land value?
That's a good question. It's my expertise, but it's been taken as a development cost.
So it's been taken as a development cost, but my understanding from the planning policy guidance is that when you have a big site like that with contamination requirements, that shouldn't be the case. Perhaps somebody could take that away.
We'll take that away because we have a 5-minute team. But I will relay that one.
So I would quite like to have a note on that, because obviously a developer, the difference between having a site, the expected value you get out of a site which is clearly got contamination issues, rather than one which is a general industrial site, which I understand is what the benchmark land value system was. Thank you. Someone's going to come back straight away.
Yeah, no, we will come back with more detail after that. But just in terms of the gas holder site itself, you may be aware that the London plan, when it approaches development viability from an affordable housing threshold perspective, it identifies that former utility sites such as gas holders, that they do have abnormal costs associated with contamination because of previous gas use. And so as a result, whilst former industrial sites have a affordable housing threshold of 50% in the London plan, providing the developer is able to evidence those abnormal costs associated with former utility works, the threshold comes down to 35%. So it's in effect factors in those abnormal costs as part of the development costs, which in effect comes off your affordable housing development target. We give you further information on that.
Yeah, I mean, it might be very helpful if I could have a note on that,
There's a very
bearing in
small
mind.
footnote in the London plan about this topic. So
Yeah, I mean, on the basis that you've already said that you've already been discounted, because I did note that quite a lot of the site's public sector land as well as a whole. And obviously that has a 50% affordable housing aspect as well. So I'd be very interested if you could put together a note relating to viability, and obviously if you could do it jointly with the council, because clearly it's the council's plan. We mustn't ever forget that it's actually the council's plan. You just have to be the developer. Okay. Thank you very much. I'd just like to go through the council's very kindly put together a document relating to when the site actually might go on stream, and it's put in that 390 houses could come forward on in the year 28-29. Does that? I mean, obviously we're a long way out, but does that seem an appropriate start to develop?
Yes, thank you. Yes, it is. I mean, I think because they based the trajectory on our own, our moment style construction phase. So that works. I mean, as you said, there's an awful lot of upfront costs and works that need to be done remediation. A lot of it's also driven by keeping Sainsbury's store open during the whole construction phase. So that means that when you work through decontamination, relocation of Sainsbury's first building, that those dates are robust, and that's currently what's Ballymore and Sainsbury's working to.
So that's year 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure they'd like to do it, but I suspect year 6.
Thank you, Alan.
Madam Inspector, I submitted quite a lot of material and evidence about contamination, and my contention is that the site is not in a state of being available because of the extent of the contamination. The development is quite complicated because the 3 developers involved, and so having a unity of approach to remediation is key. St William is part of the Berkeley Group. The Berkeley Group have recently been in the press because of what's happened in Southall, another gasworks site where remediation activities took place, resulting in bad health.
Well, I don't want to sort of get involved
My
in
po-
it.
the point-
Sorry, I mean, I'm
Absolutely.
talking about the theory of at the moment whether that plan period, the development's coming forward in 6 years. The contamination, how the contamination is dealt with, is a separate matter, and it's something that's I can't. It's not within my remit. I have to work out whether the timescale is appropriate and whether it's realistic that within 6 years that they'll have housing on site, and that's.
In terms of timescale, I would argue that what they have proposed is not adequate. I think it would take more time. And also, can I ask whether they envisage Sainsbury's will remain open during the remediation process?
Excuse me, I can't really have
I'm sorry.
cross questions.
Forgive me.
I mean, if you'd like to ask them, I'm sure they'd be very more than willing to speak with you outside the actual hearing session, which I would encourage people to do. You're in the same room. Be helpful. Okay, so I've gone through my questions. Now, the actual wording of the policy, I have various concerns relating to, but I think they're quite straightforward concerns in that where the language is loose, or where concerns such, for example, the council policy refers to Sainsbury's. Now, who knows? Sainsbury's might be taken over by somebody else. It's just not, those kind of details need to be changed. And I've got a lot to think about. I've asked the council to undertake quite a lot of additional work.
So I'm going to go away and think about all the council's brought this work to me. I'll look at the evidence that brought forward, and then I will consider whether any main modifications are required. But as I previously stated, if any main modifications do come forward, they will be subject of a consultation. But before I leave it, is anyone else wanting to raise an issue? Mr. Clark.
I'm not sure whether we've actually dealt with figure 10.1 yet.
Well, in terms of where the sites, where the 4 buildings would be potentially.
Yes.
Well, I'm awaiting the council's kindly said that they would set out a table relating to the 4 building and the impact thereof.
Is that a substitute for this figure 1? Because we're not happy with figure 1.
No, I need to look at, so I need to understand from what the impacts are, and then I have to consider whether I consider the plan to be sound on that respect, in that respect. And it may be that changes to the diagram might be required as a result
We're
of that.
interested in 2 things. One is the nature of it,
Yes.
and the other is the very arbitrary choice of 98 metres as a height.
Yeah, yes, I understand that, but those would all become out. They would all flow from any evidence that the council's additional evidence the council's going to put forward, or any other additional work that may ask the council to undertake.
So will that come back to us here?
It would come back as any evidence that the council brings forward would be publicly available and made. And if it comes part of the local one, it will be subject to consultation.
So we're not actually testing what is in front of us here now.
In terms of the 98 figure, I've said that I considered that I would like more evidence to demonstrate how that impacts. I don't think we have enough evidence to work out whether that the impact of that.
My concern is this figure is entirely arbitrary, and we're not aware why that should be such a precise figure dropped out of the air is suddenly there as a figure. And it's not about impact at all. It's actually choosing the height of Trellick Tower, which is a one-off building, an iconic building if you like, and say, right, we'll take that. It's the highest building in the borough. That isn't really a good enough reason for choosing that as an arbitrary number to be the top end of the scale for this diagram. It basically has very little basis, and the actual map, the kind of shading like that, really is not.
Well, and I've said that I need to consider that. And I'm not going to get away. I don't really want to take any more issues on this. I've got a lot to go away and think about, and as I say, I can come back to the council. I will be thinking about it and may come back to the council to ask for more information. As I said, I'm not going to take any more on this one. Thank you. I would suggest that we just have a 5-minute break and then we can look at the ECDC site. So give the people from Ballimore, etc., the opportunity to leave if they wish. Thank you very much. We'll finish Canal, or we finish now, and return at 25 past 12.
No, it's whose is it? Is it the one that says do not remove?
Can I give that back?
You're going there.
No, I'm not going, but I'm not on the surface.
Oh, you're. That's.
I'll sit over here.
Thank you.
both of those open
Thank
for you.
you. It's just a pause. It's not. Yeah. 5 minutes.
Serious.
Good.
Welcome back, everyone. My name's Ruth Nasser, and I'm going to be considering the Earls Court opportunity area. In terms of I'm going to take quite a bit as read in terms of the evidence being put forward. So I'll be asking particular questions where I see it appropriate. In terms of the background to the site, I'm aware that there was a permission granted, but it hasn't been brought forward because there's been a change in ownership. It's correct, is it not? I have a query in relation to the allocation boundary and Mr. Hunter's site. It'd be very helpful if we just clear that up right at the beginning. Council could set out whether it is within the allocation, because it appears to be sort of like a site. Am I correct?
I'm Nadia Robinson, I'm a planner at Kensington and Chelsea Council. Yeah, the small element of the site allocation that you referred to is part of the site allocation SA2. It's part of the opportunity area and it's within the ownership of our sport development company. And then it's likely to be developed as part of the wider ECDC site. And that's the reason for this inclusion.
Thank you. In terms of 10.2, I'm just going to ask about the status of that in relation to the policies map. Council can quickly respond.
Is that in respect of the clean use site or in general? Yeah, so diagram 10 point, figure 10.2, which is the building heights diagram, is part of the policy and it's referred to within the text of the policy. Is N and O.
Thank you. In terms of the site, I'm now moving to bullet point 3, and to my mind, perhaps the most significant element of this relates to how does the site allocation relate to the rest of the opportunity area outside of the borough? When I was discussing the duty to cooperate on Tuesday, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Hammersmith and Fulham had said that the council had fulfilled the duties in relation to the legal duties in relation to the duty to cooperate. However, this opportunity site, which straddles the boundary, the evidence base in terms of tall buildings appears to be missing. Am I right in that approach, Curtis, as council?
I think as far as Kensington and Chelsea is concerned, we, and I won't repeat everything said yesterday, we were required to do a height study as part of the London plan, and we did that, had to do that as part of obviously the 9 requirements for the development plan. In terms of the height study we undertook, we did look at obviously views, not just into Chelsea, we did take into account other views. I think, as far as we're concerned, that the height study that we took, yes, clearly it did look at obviously our portion of the opportunity area. It couldn't do anything else. But in terms of the conclusions it reached and the impact it reached on Kensington and Chelsea, the town-state's not going to change. So I suppose my only point, Madam Inspector, would be, have we undertaken an appropriate and sufficient height study in impact of looking at this in terms of land within our own borough? And my answer to that would be only yes. Also, pointed out to me was that the master plan that we took into account, indicative master plan, did actually include land within Hammersmith and Fulham. So we did model the site, looking at the whole site, not just our own portion of the site. It's actually an important point. Do you want to elaborate?
Thank you. Perhaps the gentleman from Kensington Society can introduce yourself, please.
Madam Inspector, I'm Barry Monday. I'm a trustee of the Kensington Society. Sorry, I repeat that. I'm Barry Monday, spelled with a U. I'm a trustee of the Kensington Society. I'd just like to come back on the. We're concerned on height and density and open space and the interaction between them. Earls Court ward has no parks, no natural green spaces, no amenity green spaces, no provision for children. It is probably one of the worst parts of the borough for open space, and the borough itself is, I think, third worst in terms of open space in London. So I'm concerned really how the numbers were arrived at and whether how that interacts with open space and building heights. The history of the evolution of the site that has been given, but we noted that every time that the site's been reconsidered, and even after it got smaller, the amount of housing didn't get smaller proportionately. So the gross density of the site, we reckon, has gone from around about 100 homes per hectare to something like 400.
But my question really related to whether a study should be undertaken for the site as a whole, in terms of the height assessment. So I've heard what you said in relation to the other elements. The gentleman from ECGC, perhaps you come on.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. My name is Jonathan Smith from the planning team at Earls Court Development Company. We have a number of comments on the evidence base and the study that was commissioned by Urban Initiatives. I'm assuming you'd just like to touch on the point now about Hammersmith and Fulham rather than other issues with the study, and intend to come on to those later. We have ownership of land that exists in both boroughs. We are approaching the site in a comprehensive way to develop a master plan that applies across both boroughs, and we think it's unavoidable really to look at the site in any way other than as a whole entity to be properly master planned. I can come on to our thoughts about a solution to this, but we certainly think that both boroughs need to be looked at as one of these.
Thank you. What would be your solution?
We have suggested some proposed modifications to the various aspects of the tall building policy. We are a couple of years into a process now working with both boroughs, the GLA, numerous stakeholders to develop a comprehensive master plan. Just this last week, that included a session with both boroughs, the GLA, our heritage consultants, townscape consultants and architects present to go through townscape. We think there is a way for the joint study that hasn't been done to be done as part of the process that we're already going through. And we are very keen to collaborate with everyone in this process and would like to engage with the boroughs to agree a way to provide that comprehensive study as part of the work we are already doing. But our solution in terms of the local plan specifically, it is really linked, I think, more to the flexibility that we think is necessary within the policy as a result of the evidence base being flawed and in our view coming to the wrong conclusion.
Thank you. I'm actually confusingly David as well, David Gorthorpe from Council. I think we, in terms of the allocation, we're fully supportive, and the residential-led stance we're fully supportive of. I think it does come down to the evidence base. And, I think our sort of representations are summed up quite nicely by the evidence base that Kensington and Chelsea have. CD 733, which is the height analysis. So on page 399, underneath figure 1.49, there is a note from the consultants who were employed to write this, which sums up the situation quite nicely. I'll read it out. So this guidance does not represent the blueprint for the height and location of proposed tall buildings. It is indicative only. As such, it provides an indication of heights that may be appropriate in tested locations at high level, and it's not a master plan layout for the site. Precise locations for tall buildings will be the subject of detailed master planning work and an assessment of impact in line with policy D9, C and D of the London Plan. The need to take into account site constraints and other factors such as legibility, sunlight and daylight. I think we concur with what ECDC just said in terms of further work, and welcome some master planning discussions with both boroughs and of course ECDC. So I think our representation remains that we're concerned about the maximum 20 height on the site and its inflexibility at this stage. Thank you.
Can I now just come back to the council in terms of the evidence base as to why there wasn't a wider site document put together with Councillor Bullen?
Well, I think.
And would you have any objection to propose undertaking that?
No, we wouldn't. If it would help matter perspective, I think some useful guidance has just been published actually by the GLA actually this month. I think I will refer to that because there's no doubt with the heights trying to set local plan examinations in London has proved to be difficult. If I can just draw your attention, because I think it's important for you as a consideration that there is some step 4. This is in the characterisation growth strategy local planning guidance.
I don't have that.
You don't. So it's literally about its dated June. So it's only published. Sorry, it was published only a few days ago, but it does give a little bit more guidance in terms of defining locations and heights, and it takes into account, I think, the considerable difficulties that I think all London boroughs have had in interpreting what the Mayor said. And I think this is important for Kensal, but we're not dealing with Kensal, but I will be referring, I think the Council will be referring to it. So it does say, in some cases, it may be appropriate to identify broad locations, while in others a more detailed approach may be necessary. When undertaking this, practitioners should consider whether a cluster of tall buildings is envisaged, and if so, how height parameters should be set in order to preserve or create harmony within the skyline of the tall buildings clusters. Where limited, and this is, Madam Inspector, where I think it would be a judgment on your part, how you feel about this, where limited evidence on an absolute maximum building height has been gathered. Boroughs may choose to define an appropriate rather than the maximum building height. And I'm only introducing that because I still think it's the council's view that we've done a comprehensive approach to modelling this, and as such, the definition of the use of maximum building height, we still think is appropriate. But I think it would be appropriate to draw that to your attention, where the GLA are now saying that an appropriate rather than maximum building height could be set. And I think, I just think as part of this debate, it's something that we need to be aware of.
Yeah, I suppose, but my issue was whether I consider that the evidence base is flawed on the basis that you haven't got there's this sort of fake line on the boundary, and in terms of, I'm probably going to be recommending that you undertake, but I will be recommending that you undertake work with Hammersmith and Fulham to look at the site as a whole in terms of capacity and height.
Sorry, I just want to point out that the fact that the study itself, the reviews, and we talked about it already, it actually does look at the site as a whole. So the methodology was such that we used the wider, rather what we used was the area that we would like to develop under the ownership of the and the study looked at views, taking into account that part of the site would also be developed. So even though the study was undertaken jointly with Hammersmith and Fulham, it does look at the whole site. And in fact, if you go back to page 399, which we are looking at now, you can see there that the conclusions of the study cover all of the development sites, including part of the
Yes, but it wasn't produced with Hammersmith and Fulham, was it? I think that's the nub of the issue, really, isn't it? Elscott.
Just to say quickly, we'd be really interested to understand if you're involved in what that looks like as a process, principally because of the potential impact on delivery, which we'll come on to perhaps at a later question.
Thank you. I mean, I think what I'm going to do is, on the basis that it's 1:45, and I'm sure that everybody is becoming hungry, I would just like to leave it that I will be asking both the council and Hammersmith and Fulham, assuming you're willing to undertake some joint work with the council on capacity and tall buildings, that if you work together and provide me some evidence, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, happy to discuss that and how that looks.
Yes, and I'll be more than happy to do that, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't want this to hold up our local plan examination. We feel very strongly that we've done the work. As has been said, we have done a whole site analysis. I have mentioned that there is a little bit more room now in terms of flexibility, in terms of whether we say appropriate or maximum. But I don't think we would feel we can leave this examination and make an inspector without actually doing what we had to do and do that bit of work. So what I'm saying is, yes, we can undertake that piece of work, but we still need to set building heights in our opportunity area as part of this local plan examination, and that's what we've done. So I think we need to make that.
Yeah, but I would also make the point that in terms of joint evidence, you are, the legislation does suggest that you put together joint evidence where things are on boundaries
And this is one very obvious site, which is on the boundary. And when it comes to a Section 78 application, I'm sure it will be taken as a whole. So it's going to save time in the long run, potentially, by having coherent evidence that's sort of consistent with both yourself and Hamilton's and Fulham.
Can start. So even if we were to do a joint study with Hammersmith and Fulham, I feel that the work that was done, if we look at the diagram in the local plan itself, so because of the constraints that the site has, there are limited opportunities as to where the tall buildings go on our side, and we tested them from the viewing location. So even if we did the study, I feel that the conclusions from our side are pretty much in terms of what the appropriate heights are, purely looking at building heights, not all the other, factors that go in, is going to remain the same. So, and it's just going to delay matters.
But if you have that evidence and it does remain the same, then you should be a very speedy approach.
I may just add to that. I think any evidence, ultimately, any joint evidence is going to form a joint approach to this site. At the moment, I think what the key issue is over building height, there is no joint approach. For example, our own policies look at stories from ground level as did. With RPKC, it's looked at from ordinate data level. So, I mean, they say 20 stories, but in reality that looks close to 14 to 16. I think what this process will lead to with the joint evidence base will mean there will be a joint process or approach with regard to wording in the policies, as well as a joint approach towards heights as well. So I think from our perspective, producing that evidence will not only, even if the results are the same, it will mean that the approach taken by both boroughs towards development is unified. That's really our position, I think, on that.
I'll put forward something in writing in terms of what I'm asking you to achieve, but I would, as I said, as you to cooperate into, I do think independent joint evidence is appropriate given the size of the importance and size of the site. And clearly the site isn't going to be treated as two separate developments.
I don't think Alice really to express that obviously I will say we are somewhat frustrated because this is our local plan examination. We've tried very hard previously with Hammersmith and Fulham to deal with this point. It wasn't dealt with when we offered it to be dealt with. It's now come up at a RIC 19 stage. Now we're going to have the local plan held up because we've got to get that study. If Madam Inspector, we need to hear the inspector's judgment. I'd just like to say that as far as we're concerned, that is a frustration. We made a clear undertaking that we can do this plan within 3 years. I can only say that if we have to do it, we have to do it, and I respect judgment on it. But I would also say that I think it puts an onus on other parties that they need to do it very quickly.
I was going to suggest that we're going to put a time limit on that because I'm very cognizant of the email trail that the council put forward in relation to putting together that study, and it seemed that someone was on holiday, or there seemed to be a number of sort of circumstances seem to conspire that study never actually took place. And if it is going to take place, it's only fair on Kensington and Chelsea that it's undertaken in a short period. And if it is just a question of you were saying that in terms of language, it is those kind of issues should be able to be thrashed out.
Sorry, Madam Inspector, just to note that we're obviously talking about the delivery of an opportunity area here for 4,500 homes, thousands of jobs. So I wouldn't want a piece of work that's critical to defining what that site can take to be rushed. We've been at it for 2 years and we haven't yet got to the right answer. So just to caution that the task that's being done here is an enormous one, and we sort of share the council's thoughts on the problems that London Plan Policy D9 gives to boroughs. So just to sort of note a word of caution in rushing something through that then constrains what we can bring forward on the site.
Mr. Jonathan from Kensington Society.
Madam Inspector, yes, I think the problems in the back of our minds, we've got what's going on with the site being planned, and we've seen plans emerging, but that's sort of running ahead almost. This is running behind what's happening in the background. So we're trying to consider a local authority position and what the developers in reality doing. And I think it is important that the site's looked at as a whole. It is because things like open space span the boundaries between the two sites, and building heights are varied between the two sites, but overall they need to be considered as one thing. So I would support more work being done to look at the site as a whole.
Thank you. Jonathan, West London Line, you've got your I'm really
Yes.
break for lunch.
Yes, thank you. In looking at this site overall, I believe what should be included, and this should be as a result of looking at the borough's position pivotally in the country, is interchange station between the West London Line and Piccadilly Line on this site. And that should be included in the overall brief.
We will return here at 1:45, just to try and speed things up. Okay, thank you.
we previously said we were going to start now. My name is Louise Mercer. I'm planning to be to examine Kensington and Chelsea's local plan. In terms of the discussion we had prior to lunch in relation to a study with Hammersmith and Fulham, I've been giving it a little bit more thought in terms of the detail of that study and in terms of what the Kensington and Chelsea will be done. And I think it would be appropriate for it to be short. I'll give a month for both parties to come together. And I'd like Hammersmith and Fulham to give a detailed appraisal of the study and where there are areas of agreement and disagreement. And I'd ask them to agree general principles in terms of the site. Hopefully that would go some way towards comforting council in that the examination won't be unduly delayed, but it would also give them comfort that there's an element of coherence over the site as a whole.
Just to be clear, when you refer to an appraisal of the study, you mean the existing documents to be produced? Yeah.
Yeah. And that way, then I can have a understanding of the site as a whole. It may not be a complete reappraisal of the site because that's not necessarily appropriate, but it is appropriate to have a better understanding of the legitimacy of the approach that Kensington and Chelsea has taken for your side of the site. And that way, it becomes a public document.
Would you be expecting to also conclude a new statement of common ground with specific to this matter on that, or?
That would be helpful, but I would consider that. I don't know in terms of your governance, would that cause problems in terms of plans? I mean, do statements of common ground if statements of common ground have to be done through members, then it'd be easier if we can keep it technical.
We may be able to do a statement of common ground with our chief planner sign off, and I need to take that back.
It's not a problem.
I think that would be the easiest way forward, and it would also mean that it was not necessarily quick and dirty, but quick. Thank you. Can we look at the actual what the site's got in it? So that's potential scale type mix of uses on the site. Figure of 1,050 homes. I see that the council really pro-rated everything from the site to get your figures. Is that correct? That's how you come to those figures in your policy?
So I think when you looked at our existing site allocations, so was the site boundary change for the entire site, but the changes were in Hammersmith and Fulham rather on our site. So we had an extant planning permission with 930 homes as an outline that formed the basis as the starting point. And then I think when we were looking at our assessment for building height, so that also informed that figure. So starting with the extant scheme, but then looking at how we could optimize the site as required by the and so after testing that, I think that's the sort of figure as a minimum with some flexibility. So that was added. I think we received representations from ECDC who were looking at, if I recall correctly, 1,400 homes and commercial, significantly higher commercial development, but those are based on the testing that we've done in the height study. I'm taking into account viability evidence as well, which BNP tested for us.
Jonathan from ECDC.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we are in broad alignment with the NPP's conclusions on the overall quantum development. The points that we raised in our representations were really around the element of commercial and the importance of that to the commercial deliverability of the scheme, so other aspects of viability and deliverability rather than the sort of headline benchmark land value. And we have issues with the way in which the site allocation is therefore set in relation to what BNPP and we broadly agree is a quantum of development that is required to achieve viability. And the link that then had back to the site capacity and the maximum heights that are being set in response to the urban initiatives.
So in terms of the commercial element, you're saying that that is fundamental to your.
We are, yes, yes, I respect it, and we understand the work that's been done by the council and by the NPP, which.
So what's the NPP? Sorry. Oh, BNPP. Yeah. That's right.
Yes. To establish a quantum of development that just makes a surplus of I think about £1.15 million in relation to the land value. That capacity has then been used to test the heights envelope, the capacity, etc. So it's not the total quantum that we have a disagreement with it, it's the element of that is commercial. We think we can still deliver the number of homes that are required by the London Plan and by RBKC, as well as a quantum of commercial development that we consider is necessary, and we've provided some evidence within our representations to support that, both through agent advice and through other London precedents. There's also elements of the London Plan that talk about agglomeration of businesses and the importance of that to making opportunity areas deliverable. So we think the site allocation should be updated to reflect the need for that greater quantum.
I suppose the other thing is that it says a minimum, doesn't it? The policy is written. Yeah. So if you were to come forward with more, then that wouldn't necessarily.
I don't think that's the issue. I think we all understand it's the minimum. It's how that translates into building, because I think it's ECDC's case that they feel that with the quantum of development that they require to bring the site forward, the building heights that have been stipulated in the plan are not sufficient. In a nutshell, it's the council's case that we feel that we've checked the viability. We've actually got a representative here, Anthony Lee from BNP Paribas. We've checked the viability and we're satisfied that with building heights that we have set, that actually the quantum can be delivered, and that's really the disagreement between us.
Good. If I may, we also have our viability consultants quad here. Is it possible for quad just to add a comment in relation to the differential between the minimum areas in site allocation and what we think site allocation should be, just to stay on the land use concept?
Yes, I mean, but obviously I don't want to be rehearsing any argument in relation to any planning application. So clearly that's not where I'm coming from. The council's viability, all the council has to do is prove that the plan is viable. The London plan in general states that the plan, these opportunity area sites are viable. So in terms of site-specific developments, you know, obviously if it was a planning application came forward, we'd have the opportunity to argue twice over that. But it's I'll be happy to hear from the gentleman from Quad on those provisos.
Brilliant, thank you. I'll keep it very brief on it. I suppose, as you rightly say, the minimum, any number above the minimum can therefore be acceptable. I suppose our concern is that if you look at the BMPP work, that in our calculations about 40% greater area than the minimum. And if you look at our own work, that's about 50% greater area than the minimum. So I suppose it's really the degree of scale, and I think we question why you would adopt a minimum so far below the level that the councils and our evidence has indicated is a viable level. And you know, how does the decision maker deal with that at the time?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll ask the council's viability expert to clarify whether in fact the minimum the figures are being put forward in the plan actually add up. Because Quad suggests that today.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. Anthony Lee, Incompatible Real Estate. There are a number of points around quantum and mix. So in terms of the mix of housing and the quantum of space, first of all, the unit sizes tested were 19% above national defined space standards. So they are large unit sizes delivered to test the envelope. So they can easily be scaled back to the normal national standards, and that will clearly reduce the ceiling quantum of space 20% or thereabouts. And that's assuming a mix that includes a significant number of 3 and 4 bed units, which again may or may not meet market demand at the time the scheme is brought forward, but we can't second guess that at this point in time until that application is submitted, and that will be a matter to be determined at that time. There's also the question of infrastructure costs, and at the moment, although there is a budget informed by the previous extant scheme, there's a lot of work to do on that infrastructure costing, and in particular, whether all of it is required or whether some of it is desirable, but not yet at this point. Firmly established that they aren't required, so that's again something for an application when that comes forward to deal with. So we've taken the ECDC costs as a starting point. We've taken them almost as read at this point and modelled those, but clearly when the applicants and the council get into detailed discussions on application, that figure may well reduce depending on whether officers accept some of the arguments around some of the ramping up of the railways, etc., whether they're desirable or essential. And if there's a decision there desirable and that comes at a cost of quantum, then that will be a matter of that time.
Okay, so can I just clarify in terms of what the gentleman from Quad said, that in terms of the actual viability of the site allocation with the amount of commercial use, you were saying that it wouldn't wash its face on the local process.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, as I said at this point, the question of quantum is driven by the infrastructure costs. The £400 million budget.
Yeah, but the gentleman said that you said that there was a ceiling that we needed to go above to make it work. Or have I misunderstood what the gentleman said?
Possibly. Let me explain.
Perhaps I can get the gentleman to explain what he said.
If you can maybe get the ECDC hearing statements and form 14 in front of you, page 5 of that.
Yeah, well, just tell me what it is.
So that just sends out a simple little table of the.
Oh yes, I remember seeing it. Yes, and there was some
That's
but we deficit.
Of the point really is that we've got the site application, we've got reliable testing for the RUP, which is about £55,000, it's going to be bigger than site allocation. And then we've got our own, which is about 69,000, so you know, within the tolerance of the stage as well. And that's £500 million worth of value differential between site allocation numbers and DMPP around numbers. Again, I suppose that's from our perspective, not quite sure on the rationale for a new so far to the viable level.
Well, as I was explaining, quite a bit of that difference is driven by the 19% of nationally defined space.
So you're saying that basically that they've crudely put their costs and you feel that some that could be cut to make it viable?
There are 2 points. One is the quantum of space that could be reduced and retain the same number of units. Second point is the infrastructure cost that is driving the quantum and the affordable housing requirement. At this point, you can divide those easily into costs that officers accept as required for development. So agreed essential items. There are then other costs that the officers are querying as to whether they're required or not. And then another set of costs that are not infrastructure, which would probably be part of the base build cost. So there's a lot of work to be done when an application comes forward on the detail of the costs, and that will drive the quantum. So at this point, although we modelled the ECDC costs, we made it clear that they hadn't been examined because it wasn't possible to, it wasn't sufficient detail to examine those costs. We had modelled them, and that was the outcome. But as I said, when a scheme comes forward, it could be that that cost comes down, or the quantum will come down.
I think so. Jonathan from Kensington is still
Madam Chairman, could I just ask to clarify the proposed building heights under 1010? It's expressed at the bottom of the page 236, 3 to 20 stories, and then on page 238, the development is provided the following townscape principles. It mentions 41 metres and 64 metres. Is that what they are representing, 3 and 20 stories?
I was just discussing at the moment just what the figures were in the actual policy, rather than the actual layout of them.
Right.
So. In terms of the basis and how it's justified, then we come to your issue in terms of the heights, whether the heights are appropriate or not. If you remember earlier this morning when we were talking about the Kensal Rise site, and I directed your colleague to that table, which had all the various red, amber and green issues, and I asked that you kind of take a separate study. It'd be very helpful if you could do the same for the Earls Court site as well.
The scope of that work that been asked to do. So in the appendices for both sites, for Kensal, we looked at this morning set of views for the optimal scenario. So it doesn't include the comprehensive set of views that are in the main study.
No,
it's just those select views.
Just the select views as being
in the tabular form assessed.
Yes, as being those ones which you have obviously translated onto the plan form, and therefore that's where you've got the heights. Getting back to what Mr. Back was talking about, you know, how you've got your tall buildings, etc., on the figures 10.1 and 10.2, and it's putting a table so that we can see whether the impacts are adverse, neutral, etc., so we can have the same evidence, the clarity of evidence in that respect. Okay, thank you. So Hunter, I did notice before lunch that you had your vocabulary I hadn't ignored you, I just clocked you, if that makes sense.
Understood.
In terms of your particular site and the heights and problems, I understand that your site is part of the wider development proposal. And I'd just be interested for the council, how they see it relating, given that there's actual other development in between, isn't there?
Yeah, first of all, to introduce myself, my name is Tony Hunter. I have lived in Filbeach Gardens for the last 27 years, and I'm familiar with the Cluny Mews site, which we're talking about, because it's directly over my garden wall. As the inspector indicates, there has been a recent development right next door to it to match the height of the existing modern office building on this small site that we're talking about. And the tome, which I don't have the full copy, you've got the full copy, does not even cover this part of the opportunity area, nor does the proposed building height have any regard to the extant planning permission that was included in the original CAPCO planning permission. So from my submission, there is only justification for having the same building height as in all other areas around Filbeach Gardens, as in all other adjacent parts to this site and the existing building incidentally. My submission is that the building height should be maintained at that level and the plan amended to show that coloration.
What's London?
If I could just say 2 words, not on behalf of the Mine Group, but part of the President Association.
Well, have you put in reps on behalf? No.
No.
Okay, then probably haven't.
Okay, no,
Sorry.
it's okay.
Okay. It does seem on the face of it that Mr. Hunter may have a point, and I'd just like to ask if someone can knock that down, please, Paul.
Yeah, so the maximum building heights in that area, I mean, obviously our maximum height, so we're not automatically permitting buildings obviously to that height. Any development on that portion of the site would be assessed as part of the planning application, including policies at safeguarding residential amenity, design and heritage. So this is purely from a visual accounts impact.
In terms of the heights parameters, if you remember, I said that I've had the joy of staying in the Ibis Hotel, and I also had the joy of seeing the Empress building. Hope that looks to what extent do I have any confidence that the Earls Court development would not result in a development that would be considered to be unneighbourly? That's someone's way of putting it.
Well, as you can see, Madam Inspector, we do acknowledge that the Earls Court site is more constrained in terms of the surrounding pattern of residential. It's different from Kensal in that respect, leaving aside obviously the fact that we do have a Grade 1 cemetery adjacent. But just in terms of residential amenity, conservation areas, the character, the defining character already exists of Earls Court. The study's clearly taken those factors into account. Clearly, we looked at very closely a view study, height analysis on that basis. Filbeach Gardens is established residential terrace, It's in the Phil Beach Conservation Area. Basically, a lot of the residential areas that you can see to the east of the site are in conservation area. There's probably more in conservation area, definitely, but there isn't. So we are certainly alive to the fact we've got the Phil Beach Conservation Area, then Square Conservation Area, it was called Village Conservation Area, and indeed Bolton's Conservation Area to the south. So all of those we've looked at in terms of the very wide use analysis. There's a very crude point, I guess building heights do step up away from the residential, as one might expect, towards the western boundary of the site. And clearly, we made that clear on a more prescriptive diagram, perhaps at Kensal, but we felt that that was appropriate here to do. So I think, as far as the council's concerned, we've undertaken an appropriate study, we've analysed the results. Clearly, we want this site to come forward, we want to work with the developers on this site. So what we try to do is to strike that balance and provide some zoning broad bands of where we think height can be achieved. Inevitably, with the study of this kind, with diagrams, the parameters that go into a local plan, really broad brush approach and bringing a site forward is still going to be subject to lots of other vigorous testing as part of policy D9 of the London Plan, which goes into some detail about planning applications. They still need to be tested at great length. But I think for the purposes of setting the parameters within the local plan, we've done that.
Before I continue, I just want to ask another question. In the diagram 10.2 or figure 10.2, you have a whole lot of areas that you say are not appropriate for tall buildings, but they seem to be defined on the actual plan. So, are you suggesting that you're basically saying this is the height parameters for the site, and then you're saying because of policy, assuming this is relating to policy D9, that you're identifying areas which are appropriate for tall buildings as being 64 metres and up to 72 metres. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that is correct. Again, it's more prescriptive than perhaps other sites would be, but for the reasons that I've outlined, that's what we felt we had to do.
Thank you.
No, respect. If I could just say first, we absolutely want to be neighbourly to everyone that surrounds our site. It's an incredibly diverse context. It's very sensitive. It has a lot of listed building and conservation areas, as council have identified. It is also in an area that is in need of economic regeneration following the demolition of the exhibition centres back in 2015. It's an opportunity area, and it's therefore right at the forefront of the London Plan's requirement for good growth. So we think it is a site that needs to come forward and should accommodate buildings of I think of a scale and diversity that reflects that status. We think the site can sustain some tall buildings and height in the right location. And in other locations, we accept that height is not appropriate, and we're working through a process of developing a master planning collaboration with both boroughs to get to the right outcome. But we do have some significant concerns with the study that was undertaken by Urban Initiatives to come to the conclusions in relation to height. That study itself, as I think people spoke this morning on council identifies its own limitations, and that it should only be taken as an indicative approach. We have principal concerns around the use of the extant scheme as the basis for that study. The council itself this morning in relation to Kensal said that planning history on a site that's 10 years old is not relevant. The extant scheme is more than 10 years old now. It also said that its interpretation of the London Plan policy requirement in relation to opportunity areas is to seek to exceed the indicative capacity within the London Plan rather than sort of take it as read, which, as we understand, is what they've done for Earls Court. The extant scheme is 10 years old now. It took a certain approach to the development of the site. We think there are key differences in approach that we want to take. I think through our conversations with the council, there is agreement on that. Things like the need to provide significant public open space, the need to deliver much more affordable housing than the extant scheme did, and all of that drives a very different approach to the site layout. And therefore we think there's a fundamental kind of flaw in taking the urban initiative study, which does just take that extant scheme footprint and extrude it up to come to conclusions on height. We think there is a flaw in using that as the basis to set very prescriptive heights and capacities for the site.
So in your wording that you've put forward, you've suggested, you haven't said it sort of as a maximum value, you referenced, sorry, I can't remember the exact wording, but
We put forward a modification, Madam Director, which says if you want to apply maximums,
yeah,
then we think those maximums need to be set above the heights indicated in the study. We appreciate policy can't be based around our emerging master plan, and we do appreciate that absolutely. But on the basis that we think the urban initiative study has not taken urban design into account, we think there needs to be flexibility if maximums are to be set. We also said we think there is an alternative approach, which Mr. Wade referenced earlier in the day in relation to the recently adopted London Plan guidance, that where the evidence is not sufficient to set maximums, appropriate heights could be used. And the guidance also notes that ranges of heights can be used within policy. It also comments on the approaches that can be taken to the diagrams to go into local plans. So we simply want to ensure that there is the flexibility within the plan to allow the master plan process to continue and to arrive at a comprehensive solution to the site that can be deemed acceptable by the council and is not immediately in conflict with the development plan before it's even been submitted.
Can I just ask in terms of the guidance note in the London Plan, is that adopted?
Yes, it's dated this month, June 2023. It was an active date of adoption.
I mean, and that doesn't really matter whether it's a date of an adoption or not.
It's adopted.
But the issue is that it's a new piece of guidance that's
Yes.
come forward since the plan was submitted.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
And does that have any ramifications?
I think it may have ramifications. I think this may be a
that's something
judgment
else,
for
yeah.
you
Yeah.
whether we perhaps use the word appropriate rather than maximum, because it's now offering that, and that it comes to that conclusion saying whether there's limited evidence. You might want to think about whether appropriate might be the correct expression, or whether you should actually use the maximum. They do say that they prefer to use the word maximum because it gives more, obviously gives more comfort, consistency, but they're saying in cases where where limited evidence, I'm really quoting what it says, then it may be better to use the word appropriate. I suppose what we're debating here is whether there's limited evidence or whether there's robust evidence, and that's what we're debating.
Yes, so if it's limited evidence, then the term appropriate comes into play.
Yes.
if it isn't limited evidence and you stand by your study that you've undertaken, then it's maximum, so therefore it's, to some extent, it's a judgment call for myself. But bearing in mind that you're going to be putting something together with HFC? Yeah. LHFC, yes. Then would it be appropriate in doing so that you reference that guidance?
We will definitely be referencing that guidance both for Kensal and for what's called. So I think maybe
Because I think from what I'm obviously saying is that I need more evidence moving forward so that I can make any recommendations, and clearly it's important that I have that evidence, given that it's based on the London plan, and you have to be consistent with the London plan, but
yes,
that is taken into account. I wanted, Mr. Gentleman from West London, can you just be clear that you've done it on the basis of the reps that you've made? Because if you haven't, I'm afraid you can't speak.
That is regrettable.
Okay.
Because it's only on the basis that what has presently been approved for the act.
Sorry, I mean, I've got
grave
quite a lot of slides to come through, so I've got to give people who've turned up this afternoon the opportunity to speak, who've turned up on the subject that they've actually made a representation on. Gentleman from Hammersmith and Fulham.
Thank you. David Gawthorpe, excuse me, David Gawthorpe, Hammersmith and Fulham. May I just offer up an observation on policy D9 in relation to the guidance that's just been raised by Kensington and Chelsea. It's D9, and I'm sure other people who have been to the examination of the London plan is quite a poorly written policy, in that the requirement, shall I say, requirement for maximum height is actually in the subtext of the policy. It's not in the policy itself. The thing that actually is clear in the policy is point B2, which is appropriate, and the wording appropriate. And I think that's probably why the clarification has come forward within this latest guidance, because it wasn't clear. And we appreciate why Kensington and Chelsea have done the work they have based on maximum heights, given the subtext of the policy, but it is only subtext.
Okay, thank you. ECPC, and then I'll put it on.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. Just to say that, as we've said in our statement, we do have serious concerns that if applied too prescriptively, this could seriously impact on the delivery of the site. We think D9 does allow for some flexibility, and with your agreement, would be happy to engage with the council to see if there is a modification that could be acceptable to them too.
I'm going to be doing tall buildings, obviously it's a different session, but in terms of me having asked the council to undertake to review more evidence, when I ask them to do more evidence, it doesn't mean that they're not allowed to talk to anybody. That would be rather cutting off on the nose to spite and saying. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to be getting more evidence from the council on this particular point, in terms of the tall buildings, and again, in terms of precise locations, that will be all part and parcel of that evidence that I'm considering. In terms of benefits of the proposed development, I can see that, but in terms of a significant cultural facility of world-class renown, I understand that's been, what does that actually mean? So council can help.
Yes, I think in terms of world-class renown, and we've been in discussions with ECPC on what that means. It's, I think I put the emphasis on the word renown. That doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a very large scale facility. what we are looking for is a perhaps niche bespoke facility that clearly will involve Earls Court remaining as a destination. Clearly, its role previously to redevelopment was as an exhibition centre, and it has a very long history of being a destination for visitors. So when we use the World Cultural Facility of World Class Renown, we are looking for something slightly different. We have done some work outside the local plan about looking as to what that might be, including possible users of such a facility. I think we feel that that definition, we're comfortable with it. We feel that ECDC understand what we mean by that. It will be the product of further talks, both with the community and with ECDC.
I suppose I'm coming back to 16D, is that the framework where it's clear to members of the decision maker and anyone else what you actually mean by it? I mean, because you can have a nice talk to ECDC and they say they know what we mean, but it might not be.
Yes.
If they came up to plumbing appeal or something and you had an inspector come in and you say what you mean by world renowned.
Yeah, so as my colleagues just pointed out to me, we have done an Earls Court cultural study dated July 2022. I think it's part of our evidence. It should be part of our evidence. So I think we are defining as much as we can what we mean by that, and clearly moving forward with the developers, we want to make sure that that's what we deliver. But we have said that. I don't think we're leaving it ambiguous. We have provided further evidence space for it.
But if you remember, we did talk about strategies and SDGs and all those issues not being deferring policy to those matters. So I think it's important that it is actually quite explicit what you're. I know it's very difficult to sort of.
I'm just saying, Madam Inspector, I think in guidance, we're not making policy here. In guidance, we are defining what we mean by a world. We're making clear what we mean by a cultural facility of world class. I don't think we feel we need to express that in the planning policy itself. We're providing the guidance, which we have done, to express what we mean by that.
I mean, do you really need to be world class? I mean, you're not going to have thousands of people travelling from New Zealand. Do you want lots of people travelling from New Zealand to it, or do you just want to have something that's?
Well, it's certainly as far as this council is concerned, we do want to see it world class, and that reinforced in time by our members. So I think we want it. Well, we have said world class renown. In fairness, we have done a study to show how we could demonstrate that and how it could be provided. I think if we looked at the history of this site, we didn't define it well enough last time, and as a result, we didn't end up with any end user for this site, and we don't want to end up in a similar position this time. I'm sure ECDC don't either. So, as I said, we're working with them closely on this.
Okay, can I hear what Mr. Barker has to say?
Thank you very much. We too were rather concerned by this term, and indeed what it actually means in terms of the location of development and how you would assess whether this is what it says it is. At the moment, it looks like some of these cultural facilities are going to be dispersed. It's like, okay, this is just somebody bringing forward ideas. But how do we express it here in a policy in terms of what you expect to receive? And at the moment, we can't see that you can define this world class. It's a bit like bringing back the wonder, which is a nice marketing tool, but it's not actually very useful for development management purposes. Do you turn it down if it's not world class? I don't know. And so what we're looking for is to understand the locations of this, and also the idea of creating a focal point, because if you scatter it about the site, you're not going to get the full value from it. So I think at the moment we're saying we're not very convinced this as a criterion for assessing a development.
Briefly, Jonathan from West London Line, is your approach
Yes,
related?
in relation to the points I'm making in my submission. Living Ridge Depot in the middle of the site, we suggested it should become either an alternative to or addition to the London Transport Museum, which is well known worldwide in big in Covent Garden. Its rail depot at Acton Town, we understand maybe under long-term threat to present use. But this place, being where it is, usefully be an adjunct to it, and augmented still further. Because, briefly, because all the other rail services, electric rail services, of the type we have in this country, all congregate at the Living Depot.
I've got to be very aware that I really only want to spend another 10 minutes on this topic because I've got a lot of other sites to get through, and I would like to do that as soon as possible. But in terms of, quickly, gentlemen from ECDC, what your issues related to that?
Just that we share the council's ambition on culture. Appreciate your point on the wording. Provided that it does not dictate scale, we would think that location is down to a planning application. And just to note that there's the use of the term world class and world renown, and just question whether actually there should just be consistency within it.
Okay, I mean, I would suggest as a main modification that the kind of definition of what world class or world renown should be in the actual supporting text to make it clearer for anybody in terms of development control moving forward. Development management.
Yes, that's accepted. We do actually define it within the cultural study.
That's not in the plan, is it?
It's not in the plan. No, that's fine.
There may be some just general issues in heritage impact assessments, and it may be that if I make any modifications to the policy, it'll be very in similar lines in terms of the heritage elements, because again, with the heritage impact assessments, there are obviously Brompton, which is close by, and you've also got some Cuthberts. Transport seems to be less of an issue, doesn't it, in terms of this site, because clearly you've got a lot of transport nearby. In terms of infrastructure requirements and costs, there's nothing that is of a particular there, is there? In terms of the boundary of the site being appropriate, obviously Mr. Hunter considers that it isn't, and he's made his arguments very clearly, and it's something that I have to go away and consider whether it should be part and parcel of that site, or at least whether the site heights are as proposed. Gentleman from West London, you've got your...
Yeah, only to say that, again, in my submission at item 4, desirability of the new Western line to change with a Piccadilly line station on the site to ensure not only it serves the site, Breeze North Court Station, but also provides an international facility with one change housing centre between Gatwick and Heathrow, when the government entertained a proposal for these 4 studies of a 25-mile railway running through the very difficult country for all reasons between Surrey and South West London. We think that might be a useful insertion inside the site. It may not have greater land take because it will be mainly underground. Obviously, there'll be costs involved. Now, it should not be an issue here in terms of the pure planning of this document, and therefore should be aspirations to discuss this thorough should now be seen for the plan.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly, I mean, it's not in the plan, but I'd be very interested in transport. Comments on that? No. Mr. Bell.
Yes, transport access isn't the issue. The issue is going to be transport capacity. And the other lines going through this area have notoriously had capacity problems. So it means that the stations themselves may need improved capacity, and that needs to be built in to proposals. It's all very well to say it's not very far to walk to the station, but if you get there and find the trains all falling in line, that's not very good. Finally, there's the issues of other facilities, particularly health facilities, schools, open spaces, and how that is getting built into the description here of the proposals. And I'm not sure that the social infrastructure part of it is adequately covered.
The council can briefly back on the issue of social infrastructure.
The social infrastructure for the site has been checked with the relevant bodies, and contributions have been anticipated apart from early years nursery part of the site.
I'm sorry?
That's included in the policy in the site application.
Okay, thank you. Can I just quickly then look at the when that's coming on stream, the council has put in its trajectory, year 27 to 28. Is that realistic?
We have submitted is realistic, and we have agreed that with ECDC. So I'm sure Mr. Smith will be able to confirm the 100 homes that we put in the first 5 years are something that they will be able to deliver.
I mean, it is a very big site, though, really, and it's a very complex site, so that's something that I have to consider.
So I think in terms of the planning application, we may be getting the planning application next year. So if that application is secured, it's possible that development starts and we see homes delivered.
Okay. Unless you've got anything desperate you want to add.
Just to say that we can, if we're able to make an application that's in accordance with the development plan. So any element of the plan that prevents us from submitting an application will delay delivery of the site.
Right. In terms of what I've asked you to undertake on this one, it's broadly similar actually to what I've asked you to do on the Kensal Rise site. I'll look at the detailed wording evidence of it. You'll bring me forward more evidence in terms of the tall buildings and the study. You'll do a joint note relates, as discussed with Hammersmith and Fulham. In terms of your evidence, if you can take into account the mayor's new guidance regarding tall buildings. I'll just double check if there's anything else that I've noted. I think there's anything else that I've noted. Does the council, is there anything else the council's that I've said I need to go to? Right, okay, that's great. Sorry.
Just to be clear, we're assuming you will produce a note that's very clear on exactly what you expect from work, the joint work that we're undertaking, and the timeline for that.
Well, the council's going to write it, say back what I've said. Yeah, yeah. Well, what I've done is that these action points get done at the end of the week, and then they'll go on the web. And as I've said previously before, everything's going to go before public consultation in terms of any main modifications that I would suggest. Okay, can I have an incredibly quick changeover, please? Because we've only got this room till 5.
You are PG, right. There you are.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but not there because that blocks it. All right.
Thank you very much.
You are.
Square.
Sorry?
Square. Yeah, so very, very briefly, just let me know.
Thank you, thanks.
Before we start formally, given the issue with time, I'm not going to have any more breaks until we finish. But if you need to go to the loo or anything, please just go. Don't feel as if you have to. I'm going to start more or less now. Okay, welcome those who haven't been here before. If you could sit yourselves down quickly, please. I'm looking at site S83, which is 100 to 108 Cromwell Road, which I understand is under construction with no expiry date. So a question that I have for council is that you've got quite a lot of sites which appear to have planning permission, which you've got as allocations. And that's really unusual in my experience to have them as allocations rather than commitments. And I'd be interested to know why that is the case.
I think this particular site has been in the plan for many years, no development came forward, so I think we were probably taking a more based approach looking at as an allocation. But we now have confirmation that they have actually made it out, and it's been worked out, and in fact, confirmation from the developers that the delivery time is good. That approach because the history of the site was it has been around for years.
So in terms of my general situation, that in terms of normally you would have any site that's got planning permission would be considered as a commitment and wouldn't remain as an allocation. So it would be perfectly sensible for me just to say it's no longer an allocation because it's been built out.
Yes. As I said, I can't really add more to what Mr. Larty said, but you're technically right.
Okay, Ms. Farr.
Yes, I think what you're saying is it'll appear in the trajectory, but it doesn't need to be on the site applications. We agree.
Do the non-planners or the non-people who've been to examination in publics understand what I'm saying there? It's just that when somebody's got planning permission and it's already been started, that is no longer really up for grabs. It's out, it's been
Nevertheless, look at the situation of 344 of Brompton Road, which has been given permission, overshadows the local area, and an example of what the applicants are presently prepared to do in relation to the policy of the plan.
Sorry, I mean that's not really relevant to my question. No, but I'm asking about the principle of whether something is being granted planning permission and whether it has as a commitment, whether it needs to be in the plan, and logically, if something's a commitment, it shouldn't be in the plan as an allocation, that's fine.
I mean, so this, because it,
No, you can't, sorry, you can't.
only to provide that I'm really consider how we look at the site and see what practicality in terms of actual impact can be.
No, but if the
on
site's
area.
been granted planning permission and it started, whatever I.
No, it has not made a material stop.
Not started.
Well,
Been given permission.
sorry,
so-
please don't speak from the side. I will speak with Ms Galati or Mr Bark. But
What's being said is there are actually three types of things. There are things that haven't started and that could be in the trajectory. There are things that have permission and are not starting yet. And there are things that are underway and they don't deserve to be in allocations. Now the question is 344, this particular site, what status does it have?
Well, it's under construction and therefore I
It's
consider
not
it to
under
be.
construction.
No, but Ms Galati has told me it's under construction. And I'm talking about Cromwell Road, SA3 Cromwell Road.
Yes,
Okay, so that's what I'm talking, and that's what I'm talking about, sir. I mean, please do not, we can be here all night, but we can't. So,
I thought you were talking about the principle.
and I'm talking about the principle as well, but we'll move on. Okay, thank you. Right, so that one can be taken out. Is the trajectory, correct in terms of year 3?
Yes, it is correct. It's a confirmation that I've received from the developers in terms of the delivery plan.
Okay. I'm now going to move to Worthington Green Estate Phase 3, which is SA5, which is actually a similar query that I have and one that I wanted to clarify because I know from the community there's quite a lot of concern about the site, but I'm just wondering whether the concern is necessarily is there any realistic prospect that the outline commission isn't actually going to be achieved?
So I think, I'm sorry, in terms of the, I'm going back to the 100 Cromwell Road site, I'm sorry about that, but I feel that because the council has very limited sites and, a start has been made on site, we've got confirmation from the developers that the timeline I've put into the trajectory. But if for whatever reason, I feel that the site allocations offer that degree of planning framework which we may not otherwise have for these very strategic sites for the borough. So in terms of the Worthington site, we've got outline planning permission, but the phase 3 application hasn't yet been granted permission. So I think that's why we modified this particular site allocation. So now it's only referring to phase 3, which does not have that detailed planning permission.
Hasn't the principle of the development of the site been identified in the outline application?
The principle has been outlined in this instance, yes. Yeah.
So what does it serve by putting it a site allocation?
Yeah, I suppose. I think Worthington perhaps.
Yes, I think what Ms. Glass was trying to say was that we provided clearly and transparently how the site would be brought forward, but I accept the point that technically, if permission is granted, then it doesn't necessarily have to be a site allocation. I think for the reasons I've outlined, that's why we put it in, but ultimately, I'm not going to sit here and say it's absolutely necessary to do.
Okay. Can I bring in Natasha Langridge? It's the first time you've been here, isn't it?
Yeah,
So-
it's very strange.
Sorry, welcome. Again. You wish to raise an issue?
Yes. So I'm a resident of Mornington Green.
And on SA5, it says, oh, hi, thank you, you can hear me now, okay. So one of the questions that you ask is there any potential confusion between the status of the site information accompanying the policy and the policy itself? And I'd like to say that yes, there is a lot of confusion. And one of the things there's been confusion about is Venture Community Association. So it's proposed that there will be a re-provisioning of a community centre. Doesn't say very much about there already is a community centre that's been there since the 1950s, that 3 generations of people have used, that is very, very beloved, that is in the heart of the community, and there has been no consultation with the people of Warrington Green or the wider North Kensington community about the moving of this community centre. In fact, a lot of people don't know about it, and whenever I tell people, they're absolutely horrified. It's a lifeline to the community. I work there, I run a theatre and heritage company, and we've done heritage projects about North Kensington, about the history of Venture Centre. We work with a children's drama group. We do drama with the community, with many of Grenfell survivors. Everyone is absolutely horrified that this is being moved, and it has not been consulted on with people. Venture Centre have been consulted, I know that, but it hasn't gone wider than that. Hardly anybody knows about it, and nobody wants it to be moved, and it doesn't need to be moved. It's very, very, very well used. There's quite a number of things I'd like to say. There was a park on Green, Athlone Gardens, that's supposed to be re-provisioned, and it has not been because it has got about 3 trees in it. The original Athlone Gardens had many, many, many hundreds of trees. In fact, 250 trees have been cut down on the whole of the Warrington Green estate during the regeneration. Obviously, that's not very great when we have some of the poorest air pollution in London. Yes, I'll carry on. It says that Warrington Green is going to, the phase 3 is going to be providing 373 homes. What I would like to say is that during the regeneration of Warrington Green that's gone on since 2011, there is going to be no new social units. There is going to be. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm just very passionate. Sure. I'll sit back a bit. Yeah. Okay. There's going to be no new. I think 8 new social housing units in a regeneration that's gone on and disrupted hundreds of people's lives, made people's lives an absolute misery that nobody ever wanted. They didn't want to see their houses knocked down. They did not want to live on a building site. It's really, really disruptive. And it's only going to be providing at the maximum 8 new social housing units. That's on the whole of the regeneration of Warrington Green. We do need new social housing in North Kensington, and it's very unfortunate that it's not being provided. I know it's affordable housing, but this is not affordable to people who live in North Kensington. People can't pay £680,000 for a 1-bedroom flat. And there's shared ownership, but as most people know, that's a complete scam. There's also, I'm part of a short-life housing cooperative called St Mark's. And there's also another housing cooperative, short-life housing co-op on the estate back door. And we've been residents there for many years. I've been there for 10 years. And we would like equality with the other social housing residents in them being rehoused. We don't seem to be equal. We're a very, very diverse community. We're mainly working class. There's a lot of people of colour. And yet, when the social housing residents are given permanent properties, we're not. I've been there for 10 years. I don't really see why I and other people who've lived there for a long time and have integrated into the community and contributed to the community don't have any rights to be housed. There's also it also says that that residents will only have to be moved once during the regeneration. That's just not true. So I myself have moved 5 times in the last 10 years, but also I know a Moroccan family who were lived on the estate when it was built in the 80s. Remember, it was only built in the 80s. It's not very old, and it's being knocked down when it was perfectly good. But obviously, so they don't do what they don't maintain the old blocks because they're going to knock them down. So they don't want to spend any money on maintaining the old blocks. There's huge problems because of that. One of them is huge leaks in Norman Butler House. A lot of people have suffered from these terrible, terrible leaks. There's a lovely woman who has got asthma at the age of 60 because she's had to suffer these leaks. It's caused mould, it's caused flying ants, it's caused, she's had to move out. They've given her temporary accommodation in one of the new builds with a bed in it and nothing else. And Catalyst now, Peabody won't even speak to her about it. She doesn't know what's going to happen. She's on antidepressants. She's become very disturbed. There's also a Moroccan family who were moved twice.
And there's, sorry, I don't want to sort of cut you off and sort of both that. I understand what you're saying in terms of how the mechanics of how the estate is run, and in terms of the rehousing of people, in terms of the regeneration that's taking place at the moment. But in terms of the local plan, which is the only thing that I can actually consider, I have to consider whether this policy which is being put forward is appropriate, and that's all I can look at. So it's whether that policy is appropriate for that particular site. I'm sorry, it's all very it is technical, because in terms of when they've got an outline permission, that means that the principle of the development has already been set by the council, and it's already within one of these documents. So it's a question of whether this, my understanding is the council's put forward this policy as a way of giving them something to guide them when determining the next phase of the scheme. So I need to know whether this policy which is being written, have you got a copy of the policy?
Yeah, no. I have seen it, obviously.
Yeah,
I haven't got
yeah,
one in
yeah.
front of me, no.
Yeah, whether that policy is appropriate. And in terms of, I think it might be helpful if someone could give you a copy of the policy, so that you have it in front of you.
Thanks.
I have read your representation, and I appreciate you being here. So I need to consider whether, you know, the 373 gross housing is appropriate, in terms of how much housing is on the basis that the principle has already been set, because there's already a live application on that site, you see. Is that, I know it's all technical.
Yeah.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Is that there's the wider regeneration of the estate has already got planning permission, I'm correct, good council. Yes. So this is the last remaining phase.
Yeah.
And the council has put forward a policy, and they've consulted upon that policy as a way of allowing people to have a input into the how that is developed. Is that? That's the correct approach. That's my understanding of what they're proposing.
Yeah.
So it's a question of whether the things that they've suggested, like the reconnection of Portobello Road and Wellington Road to Ladbroke Grove, and traditional street pattern is appropriate. Now,
I can say something about that.
But
representing many residents that do live on Wellington Green, I can tell you what they feel about it. People who live there, what they want.
I suppose the issue is that in terms of the redevelopment, perhaps the council can speak for themselves rather than having me so happy.
I suppose what I could say is that the 373 gross residential units, couldn't they be all of them social housing, so that more people in North Kensington can access social housing. There's 17,000 people on the waiting list. Couldn't some of those people be given social housing? Could back the short life co-ops who've been living on the estate for 10 years be given some of those units instead of selling them for market rent? That would be my question.
Yes, so a phase 3 planning application submitted, I think, late 2021, so it's still hasn't secured planning permission yet, that's my understanding. But what the figures I have from the case officer who was dealing with that planning application, I was informed that of those 373, so there was a range between 373 to 377 homes which were in the planning application. And of those, 209 to 213 homes will be social rent homes.
Yeah, because they left all, because most of the others, so during Mornington Green, 500.
Sorry, I just need, I need to ask, let you speak, but if Ms. Gallant, you can carry on.
And then, so of those, the development is such that all the social rented homes on the existing estate were to be re-provided at social rent. And then there would be other affordable housing where the council could have nomination rights once the needs of all the existing tenants could be met on site. So any surplus, the council would have nominations to, and they would all be affordable housing. But the social rent homes currently, which were on the existing estate, were all to be re-provided. Yeah, that's my understanding.
Thank you. If you could briefly come back and then that'll be it.
So yes, so the 552 units of social housing has been re-provided, but what I'm saying is only 8 new of the new units on social housing. And I know that most of the social housing that is being re-provided is in phase 3. So what I'm asking is that there are more than 8 on the whole estate. There's more than 8 new pieces of social housing. But affordable housing is not affordable to people who live in North Kensington. It's not doing the community in North Kensington any good, because most of the people that buy it are quite rich and they often Airbnb them. And a lot of those units are empty. So it would be really great if we could actually have more social housing. And if this regeneration, which will probably go on for about 20 years and has caused so much disruption, will actually do some benefit and good for the people of North Kensington and actually provide some houses for people who aren't rich.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Langridge. I'll say that we are actually, I'll be looking at issue of community housing and affordable housing in a different section, and there is an actual policy element relating to the Airbnb and that issue. So that is something that the council is hoping to address, but that'll be in a different section. And you're very welcome to, if you've not put your name down in terms of, if you haven't made a representation which actually relates to that, obviously you're very welcome to watch it through live streaming or to be part of the just sitting public seating, because as I say, the whole concept of affordable housing is going to be discussed. Because it's something that is a different section. Okay, thank you. Can I ask the council, in terms of the live application, when they consider that likely to go to committee?
I will have to confirm that back to you.
Can I now look at Blocks Road application, please? In terms of this one, my concern relates to the existing employment use in the employment zone and the extent of housing proposed on the site in terms of the tall building or the, tall building. So could the council come back to that on those issues, please?
So the allocation includes an uplift in the current employment floor space on the site, as well as the electric air units. And in the testing with the landowner, which is also the council, for the quantum of development, there was additional housing units, and so that's been included as well in order to meet the borough's housing need, contribute towards it, while at the same time increasing the amount of space within the
in terms of the actual area, it's quite low rise, isn't it?
Immediately opposite, the buildings opposite on the lots of frontage are
okay. Also, they are part that's a vehicle compound, is that right? And then you've also got there is warehouse slash sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Yeah. I'm just wondering to what extent, whether it's realistic that you'd be able to keep the employment element going if you were to convert it into include housing.
With the there is some design guidance that's included, design principles within the allocation. It doesn't necessarily prescribe that only the ground floor or the ground floors be commercial, so it could be that the whole ground floor could be commercial use, which is immediately a mixed use area in the employment zone with residential and commercial. We're not prescriptive in the policy as to whether that elements could be upper floors also could be commercial. And it's just obviously
Obviously, take out your languages point in terms of the costs, the value of residential in Kensington. How would you ensure that that commercial development was actually not priced out of the market?
I think the commercial market has, we have seen recently office developments in the borough, but I think we're talking about some, and we are also introducing a policy on affordable workspace, which this development may well trigger. I think anything above 500 square meters, we are requiring in another part of the plan to be secured as affordable workspace. We've also put in requirements here which are talking about active frontages on the ground floor. So we have seen in other developments in the borough that a good mixed-use development where we can have commercial as well as traditional residential come forward in a viable way.
Okay, I'm just we're talking about place shaping, Locks Road by its actual name relates to antiques, doesn't it, and selling locks. I'm just, as I say, I'm pushing back on the concept of whether you're going to be able to keep the two with residential.
Well, we obviously with the changes to Class E, I'm not disguising the fact that trying to keep particular bespoke uses is more difficult. The council, we do have some advantages with this site because the council owns the site, so it has more leverage in the type of uses that could come forward outside the planning system. I think in terms of the local plan definition, I think that's probably as far as we can go. We are doing a lot of work in Knots Road. With as I said, we have produced an SPD, already designed SPD for this site. So I think we're doing what we can do within what we've got within the principles that we can work within the framework that we can work. So
I mean, obviously having read the rec, lots of road associations that they would work in it. So it's something that clearly may come and work with it, but they may not necessarily support it, which clearly doesn't always have to be the case, does it? As we are aware. Okay, I'm going to consider that site and take it away. But were it to come forward, you've got suggesting that it could deliver in year 4. Is that correct? Would that be the old person's housing? What was it?
Yes, so we've got a development partner on board now. So we do see the site progressing very quickly. And clearly the council is committed that we, as part of our homes delivery program, that we deliver these homes. And that's what has been plugged into it.
Okay. When we come to Trellick Tower, I'll query some more about the new homes delivery programme. Because it seems to be conflated, the fact that we've got this delivery programme and something will actually go forward in terms of that mission. That isn't strictly true, is it? So I think we have to be clear in that respect. Okay. I'd now like to look at, in fact, Trellick Tower. Edmund Way, XA7. I'd rather hope that someone from Historic England was being here, because they were going to attend, but having signed that statement from the Brandon Council, I think that stopped them coming, didn't it? Which was a bit unfortunate. Did you hear what I said? No, sorry. I'd said that Historic England was supposed to be coming today, but they signed a document with the council in relation to Kensal, so they aren't here today. Okay. My main consideration in relation to this particular, so Miss Language, you got your my main concern is in terms of the heritage impact on this site. I mean, obviously there are other issues that have been related, but is this sort of a iconic modernist building, which the council wants to put a 14-storey development next door to it? I just wondered to what extent that had been the rationale for that.
Well, obviously the rationale around this that we need to optimise sites in the borough for housing, and also try and meet the percentage of affordable housing that we need to meet. This is a public site, so the target is 50% affordable on the site. And clearly that's something that we will try and optimise on every site. But clearly this site does have other constraints, which obviously need to be taken into account. So I think my colleague in Buckingham will talk about the constraints regarding Trellick Tower.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the site was formerly part of the Cheltenham estate, and then the accommodation for people on there was demolished or something. Yes, so not so long ago. And it's not announced and used for something different, so it's in a way being fitted out of the estate. The Goldfinger designed, he was designing these public housing estate with, various sort of ethos to do with design, but also to do with the sort of the use and the sort of creation of community there. It's very much in the form of a series of individual striking buildings set in an open landscape, with Trellick Tower kind of being, the landmark presiding over it all. And I think it was Lasden who talked about the mother hen and her chickens. That was in a slightly different context, but it's, it sort of relates here. And looking, obviously taking into account the considerations such as the need for housing and the ways in which housing needed to, new build needed to be disposed on the site to actually achieve some open space, which was also, again, an important consideration. That's where the idea of a taller building has come from. I mean, obviously we've had to take into account the effects of that, consider those in formulating the policy, the potential for harm to Trellick Tower, and that's something we have to do practice assessment. And we acknowledge there is potential for up to moderate harm in order for mitigation, particularly through the siting of any taller element and its design. And I think it is possible probably to locate a tall building on that site without impinging into the key views of Trellick Tower, say from Goldburn Road, from the railway, or sideways on the canal. And just finally, I think I would say that Trellick Tower, even a 14-storey building, is not going to challenge its supremacy over that site. It would be a new element and something you might look at in terms of a sort of dialogue with Trellick, but there might be harm which is capable of being mitigated by various benefits.
Yes, this has been very controversial. It's putting a building half the size, yesterday, of the current building. So halfway up the building to the top of this building, it affects very directly this iconic building. And certainly in terms of height compared with the rest of the area, 14 stories, 50-metre building is quite imposing and also quite impacting on the listed site.
Can I just ask the council whether you've been in contact with the 20th Century Society in relation to this proposal?
Yeah, I mean, it's worth saying that there has been there were pre-application discussions in regard to an application which was then withdrawn, which was following the lines of this the allocation policy. Historically, England were involved in those discussions. I can't quite remember their response. It possibly wasn't strong enough to move them to actually offer us any comments on policy.
No, in terms of 20th century society.
Yeah, but just to say, because you're wondering why perhaps suggesting they might have been here. But also the 20th Century Society were consulted and they were part of those conversations. They weren't keen, but they
No, I mean, one might hustle the gas because it's a two-star listed building, and you proposed me before putting floors next door to it. Okay, so it's, in terms of the setting, it's obviously a potential impact on the setting of this building. The council's saying that because it's going to be 50% affordable housing, that's a public benefit. And therefore it's exactly.
Sorry, just to pick up also there may be direct heritage benefits.
In terms of maintaining the building.
Yes, in terms of a scheme, again, the pre-app discussions we're having on the withdrawn scheme, but also there's potential for getting the sort of podium level of Trellick Tower, which at the moment is very unresolved. People sort of a demolished car park down there and unused storage. To bring that into repair and use,
But
And
as
also-
you're aware, aren't you, obviously from the framework that, you know, if a building's sort of in a poor state, that is not normally a reason to.
That's deliberate neglect, isn't it?
Well, I know.
This
may be, but I would see the council taking an opportunity to secure improvements, you know, physical repairs and improvements, also to find a use for something which hasn't had use up to now.
Could, before Mr. Bart comes in, can I just double check, how tall was the building that was demolished?
It was very low rise. I think it was sort of 1 or 2 stories. Was the accommodation.
And was that part of the original?
It was,
yes. So retract.
Sorry.
Yeah. So it was from so we're talking from a 2-story building that was part of the original design, which is 14-story.
Which has been absent for quite a long time, but I mean, it wasn't, there were a range of buildings of different heights. The 14-story was one element, but there were rise buildings.
Sorry, I'm confused now. I'm asking about the building that being knocked down.
Oh yes, no, sorry. In terms of what's proposed, but it's not just the stock between 1 and 2 stories and 14. That's not quite the.
Sorry, I'm getting more confused now.
I think you were implying that you were suggesting going from 1 or 2 stories to 14, but the potential for development on that site would entail more than just a single 14-story building.
Right. So, it would be even. So the simple study of Goldfinger's approach, which would be in this 2-story thing and the plan display, would then have a wider development next door to it.
No, I think
Because I'm getting.
right. There was a sort of a very low rise development there, which has been removed and has been removed probably long enough not to be something we would directly compare with. And the replacement, I think I took it that he was suggesting there was a very stark contrast between the very low rise and 14-story. What I'm trying to suggest is that it's not simply 14 stories, that that is the potential for new development on the site. There are other heights involved, so it's not such a stark contrast.
Okay. Perhaps.
Yes.
Somebody from the Traffic Town Residents Association, do you have any comments to make? I don't feel you have to.
Well, there was so much of that. I don't even know where to start. There was a
Microphone.
Okay, then. Is that it?
Yeah.
The building was listed.
Sorry, I'm listening to think.
The whole thing about it was they managed to pull it down. Well, people said just before the listing happened. So it wasn't thought as part of the same estate. But the plans that were put forward previously, which we fought and opposed bitterly, and won at that point, the proposed buildings were all over the Cheltenham estate. They divided the Cheltenham estate. The whole community was split in half. It was totally unacceptable. We stopped that. So now what we're talking about with the 14-story building, I don't know. I do know that the communities have not been consulted in any realistic or ethical manner. And that's what we will be a stand for.
Thank you. Ms. Farr.
Yes, I think I should read it. Paragraph 4.58 said the height for this site will be subject to testing and may only be appropriate on part of the site. I don't know what's happened to that. What you need to know about this site, it was a council care home. It was closed in 2008 and it's been vacant since then. It affects council-owned housing for the town, and this is a proposal by the council of their own development. And there was very strong reaction to the 14-story building that was proposed to replace what is currently in temporary use in the final car park. So, I mean, that's the background. And the real issue is putting something this large next to Trillick doesn't seem the right thing to do. It is a council zone development.
Yeah, I understand that, and it's part of their delivery programme as well. Before you come in, Mr. McDonald, I just want to look at the actual extent of the site. It's a massive allocation. Can you just go with me? Quite a large allocation. And you were talking about 60 houses, 60 dwellings and a 14-storey, potentially 14-storey. So I'm just wondering how much of that site you're expecting to develop.
I think we've set the, in terms of the site allocation, I think we've set out the principles here. Clearly, we totally acknowledge that it needs to come forward. We've actually said, in terms of building heights, we acknowledge the actual heights within these parameters are subject to further testing. And in view of the concerns of the community around Eaton, we acknowledge that we will bring forward, when I say we, it will be my building housing department, not the planning department, because our job is to look at the merits and assess those in an objective way. But we've actually said the actual heights within these parameters are subject to further testing and only be established through detailed design following close engagement with residents. So we do acknowledge that residents, it is anticipated that bringing forward a new scheme, we should be working closely with residents and our housing department. I think in terms of the scheme as a whole, as I said, in terms of this site allocation, we've indicated that there will be a range of, this won't just be one element to approve, and we've said building heights within a range of 8 metres, 50 metres or 2 to 14 stories. How that actually evolves and what the final scheme will look like is still subject to clearly a lot of work and design which will involve residents. But I hasten once again, that's the subject of the future planning application. It's not really the subject of the allocation within the plan. Just in terms of its historical impact, clearly historic England, as we've said, have been party to previous discussions, as had the 20th century society. Historic England haven't, when they've seen the height that we specified within the plan, haven't actually raised objections to that. And I said I think we're proceeding on that basis.
Does this mean that?
Sorry, I was asking Mr. McLeod.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Inspector. Just wanted to add a couple of points with regard to heritage impact. It's important to recognise that the heritage impact is not exclusive to Trellick Tower itself, which is grade 2 star listed, making that a high to medium heritage impact. But the Cheltenham estate to its right as we look north to the tower, which is the Cheltenham estate, grade 2 listed heritage area, which is also would be impacted by any intervention that is above the 2-storey construction envisaged by Owner Goldfinger. And with regard to the podium itself and its demolition, I would refer to London Plan Policy D9 that the podium in this instance is an essential element of relating this tall building to the ground and the streetscape.
Thank you, Mr. Spark, you want to come in?
Yes, I was just asking a question. If this goes through, that 50 metres is baked in. And I think that's the worry. the issue doesn't seem to have been bottomed out, and yet it's going through this process. And that then guarantees, I mean, the council doesn't have to build something that tall, but it enables them to do that. And I think that's the thing that's worrying.
You wanted to speak, can you put a?
Yeah.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sylvia Williams, I'm a resident and to Trellick Tower Residents Association. I have a question as to whether the SPD from 2015 is still live policy and whether that's been superseded.
Please don't, sorry, you're obviously not familiar with the way
No,
it's,
certainly not.
so, I certainly don't expect you to be. But you can't, it's best not me to ask questions. But to answer your question, an SPD isn't, it may be round as evidence, so to speak, but it isn't actually, once the plan is adopted, it would be superseded if there was anything that was not in line with the policy itself. Therefore, it's important that this policy is interrogated now, because everything that comes forward would have to be in line with this policy. So, in terms of the evidence behind this policy, because it's a it can't be around the bush. A two-star building is a really important building. And I'm not sure whether. Oh, no, it's just something. What assessment have you undertaken to demonstrate that it is actually feasible?
Well, as you pointed out, it's quite a large site, so there's scope there to find a location where we can limit the impact as much as possible, by way of mitigation through siting. We've obviously done a heritage impact assessment. We spent a lot of time discussing potential development of the site as prior, I guess, to this policy being produced. We've given it a lot of thought. Just to pick up a point made earlier, that there's no proposal to demolish the podium, but simply to repair it. Well, I mean, yeah, but the bit under the building on which the building sits is obviously still there. Yes. Sorry?
It remains.
Yes, so that needs to be reinstated and made, repaired or brought into, what's the word, rehabilitated and brought into use and added to. Clearly can't demolish the supporting structure of that large building. So yeah, we have considered quite carefully the potential impacts of development on that site.
Because when I look at the HIA, sorry to bore on about this, but it's in terms of building, talks about Trellick Tower. Sorry, I tell you what. You suggested that it would be low to moderate impact on significance, and there'll be beneficial impact as a result of the design. That's something that I have to go around and consider whether that seems to be as potential. With careful design and informed plan, designing survival fabric and combination benefits as outlined may be achieved. I just have to consider that the principle is appropriate. If I were to consider that the principle wasn't appropriate, of the redevelopment of that site to the extent of 14 stories. Does the council have a sort of a alternative approach that they might want to consider? I mean, I know it's part of your growth process. I mean, I understand you've identified it as being an important site for your housing, but housing isn't necessarily always available in terms of.
I think quite a lot of modelling has been done clearly to try and make it a policy compliant scheme. So I would tend that if you said that 14 stories was appropriate, that wouldn't cause issues. I can't say here and now that it's impossible that another scheme could come forward, but it's to achieve 50% affordable on this site. Clearly a certain quantum has to come forward, and in terms of height, that normally means that's translated into a height. We then have to look to see how we can keep that height to the minimum that we think, and how we can bring in mitigating circumstances. Clearly, we do need to look at the context of this site. I mean, I was just rudely thinking we'd had this debate when the original Trellick Tower was proposed of what we might have said, but time moves on. I mean, I think the point that Ms Buckingham made about Cheltenham Estate, its nature, its character, and how Trellick was evolved and how it's actually viewed, may be something that you may wish to consider, that whether as part of that an additional tall story element wouldn't necessarily in this context and in this setting, but that's something I just invite you to consider as part of that, because you do have grade 2-star listed buildings that are very different in their character to Trellick Tower.
Sorry, I didn't catch what.
Well, what I mean is Trellick Tower is the tallest building in the borough by some margin at the moment, and clearly another building that's not as tall, in half its height, slightly less. Maybe the looking at the setting, whether that would be different to another grade 2-star. So I'm talking about the context of where it may be viewed.
Okay, I understand that. But in terms of, you said you've done some modelling and some various bits and bobs. I haven't got any of that evidence in front of me at all, do I? So I'm just sort of, the evidence I've got is the HIA, which talks about all this mitigation of harm and significant impact on significant mitigation in place. That's the only evidence I have, is it not, on that site, or is there something else that I should?
That is the only evidence. I think we were referring to that we've obviously seen the withdrawn scheme in terms of which proposed a 14-story building. I think the number of homes there was also, I think, 100 plus. I can't remember the exact figure, but I think the policy here has been put in to allow some flexibility, and it says a maximum. There's some qualifications policy in the supporting text which says that any scheme will be it will come forward in consultation with the community, being a council on site. So clearly the scheme was withdrawn by the council, having received community response to that scheme, and anything further that's developed, so it won't be by the planning department, as we mentioned, it will be the council's housing department, the property department who will develop that. But it will be in consultation with the community, but the policy just gives some flexibility to the scheme forward.
Okay, I just need to work out what, because I mean, frankly speaking, I don't think I've got the evidence to suggest at the moment that I want to take this site forward. But it's a question of how I could potentially I'm trying to work out if there is some means of bringing the site forward, what you do moving forward, if you wanted to build on that site, and if you were to want to build on that site, you'd have to come forward with a spec development, wouldn't you? Which may not be what you'd like to do, and obviously have more certainty if it was in the site allocation, but to some extent that is more, that's actually more the worry for me in terms of being a site allocation. Certainty is back.
Yes, if you look at the principles D, it says building heights within a range between 5 and 50 metres from ground level, 2 to 14 stories. That's carte blanche. That does not help you in saying this is what we're going to build. I mean, apart from it says 60 gross units, the question of the size of the building is just nothing. It's very badly put together.
Before I come to any conclusion, if the council could perhaps try and get some more evidence as to demonstrate why it would be an appropriate site in terms of the relationship with the town, bearing in mind its significance, and the wider Cheltenham estate itself, because it's not, I don't think, from a planning point of view, I don't think you can just take the Trevor Town on its own. You have to do it in the context of the whole wider Cheltenham estate. So.
Thank you. Just jumping back to the SPD for a moment, if I may, in the council's response to your questions, they have cherry-picked elements of the SPD, taken them forward. Most are primarily to do with the setting of the minimum of units, but they've discounted other elements of the SPD, primarily the one that says don't build higher than the shorter block B. So that's essentially when the question was coming about the relevance or the current status of that SPD, because what they've clearly done is taken bits that they find useful and put aside things that are less useful. And yeah, again, just for some context, maybe not everyone knows, but the council are acting on the New Homes Programme proposed a scheme that it doubled that density. It will double the figure of 60 to 112 units. Originally, the opening gambit was that it would be 18-storey towers. And we don't know why they proceeded to submitting a planning application and then withdrew that planning application. But there was a tortuous process of them trying to justify their approach, and we don't believe that they've effectively tested viable schemes on the side of the and appreciate the impact it will have both on existing residents in the local area, but also
Okay, I'm going to leave it now, but in terms of an action point to the council to provide some sort of compelling evidence that it can go forward given its historic significance. I mean, I note what you said in terms of the benefits, but I have to say I take this slightly with a pinch of salt in that if we've already got an extant building, the fact that we're going to sort of help repair it to some extent is not really relevant to that extent.
Sorry, one more thing to note. There's mention of 50% affordable that the council just expressed there, but it's not expressed in the policy. I don't know if it's covered by a wider.
That's covered by a wider policy because it's public sector land. They have to build at 50% affordable housing.
And that's just affordable, or is it another defined?
Oh well, that's a different section in terms of what level of affordability. Because obviously in London you've got issues with affordability, so that's something that's considered elsewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we now move
On to units 1 to 14 Latimer Road Industrial Estate SA9. This is Mr. Peterson's is still here, isn't he? Yeah. It's a site. This is the one that I mentioned this morning that I felt that it's quite a mixed bag of employment uses on the site, including a theatre and bits and bobs. And again, whether it's how it relates to the employment allocation in employment zone. Yeah, yeah. Whether it's realistic forward. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. I mean, the history of the street is it was part of an employment zone in Hammersmith until the borough boundary changed. So it's not a contiguous employment zone. There are 4 different sections of the street which are part of this employment zone and shown in the existing plan. So it's now a street covered by probably a wider range of planning policies than almost any in the borough. It is covered by local plan policy, neighbourhood plan policy. Parts of it are now conservation area, and units 1 to 14, this site allocation is the first example of a detailed design code which the borough currently has produced. So the brief representation we made to you on this is that we think viability in the street has always been marginal for office development. With the new E-class, viability has improved because there's a wider range of uses available at ground floor. The whole point of including it in the neighbourhood plan was to introduce the ability to have mixed use with residential above activated ground floor space. I think I made clear yesterday that we think local plan generally and its policy on employment zones stacks up with the neighbourhood plan policies from 2018. So there's no potential conflict as we see it there. I'm very happy to discuss with you viability because a number of units that have come forward for redevelopment in the street have been limited, given that the policy has been in place for some years now. Unit 1, you may have noticed if you walk up and down the street, has come forward, has been redeveloped, has been built, has been marketed successfully as a mixed-use building, and that is the sort of precedent that we would like to see happen in the rest of the street. Viability, when that started, it might be different from now, and each month that passes with bank loan interest rates, who can tell you what viability will be like? There's a planning application outstanding at Unit 10, and the council may be able to say when that will be determined. There's a planning application outstanding for redevelopment of another building at the southern end of the street that's also outstanding. But our representation was a very simple one. We're a little concerned that this site allocation policy includes wording at the end about respecting the employment zone identity, which we just think in development management terms is impossible for a potential applicant to determine what that actually means, respecting the employment zone identity. There's a hint that a building must somehow look at it commercial perhaps or industrial, but we just don't know what it means when there's also a design code. So we're suggesting a few paragraphs.
Okay. Can I just ask Council in terms of the old agents of change principle,
Which again is
planning copied it, but basically, if someone comes along and wants to live above
phase out industrial,
albeit
class E development.
whether they're going to have any
Ability to shut down
the existing employment uses.
So I think we have referred to the agents of change principle and elsewhere in the plan, and it is something that's endorsed in the London plan as well. So I think any new scheme, the idea would be that it would have to be designed so as not to disrupt the existing users and only be allowed if they can be compatible.
I would suggest that perhaps is
drawn
attention to in terms of policy.
Yes, I mean, we obviously,
I know you don't want to
like
sort of-
industrial and storage, we
Yeah.
obviously traditionally been taken as compatible with residential, it's generally industrial that we don't have in this
Yeah,
borough.
yeah, I understand.
That actually causes a problem. So I don't think there is for the take.
I think it just might be useful to have something in supporting text saying that that area is a mixed area and people, you know, because you get people being worried about you know, people bringing in deliveries, don't you, at 6 o'clock in the morning or something. No, I don't think it's incumbent on somebody moving in to tell an employer how to actually run their business. Mr. Beeson.
I mean, E1 class obviously means it's available to a range of uses.
Oh, I understand that, yeah.
Include that sort of warehouse has become popular for last mile delivery services, and in fact one of the units has been in that use by the Turkish company Getir. They've now moved out for their own business reasons. But I mean, so far there have not been problems or conflicts between residential and activated ground floor E1 use.
Thank you. Newcomb House. SA 10. It's not going to add any housing, so that's something that I don't have to worry about. And it's got planning permission, so what else do I need to know?
Yes, the planning permission was for a housing scheme, but the allocation now, so the site is in new ownership, and therefore the allocation has changed, so that application, the permission wouldn't be implemented, and in fact a commercial led scheme is what we are expecting to be submitted imminently to us, if it hasn't already been.
So would it not, they would have to keep the social housing?
The social housing would have to be retained, and that's policy, and that is in the site allocation.
Okay. So on the basis that the council wants to provide more residential development, it's only the reason why you're not proposing more residential on that site.
So I think with the change in ownership, I think we recognise that the residential scheme is not going to be coming forward, and so we just wanted to reflect. So it's a very prominent site in a town centre that we want to improve. The public realm needs improving. So we can see that it's a town centre use, and also the existing Newcomb House was actually an office use in any case. So, you know, in that sense, we couldn't then just require that it should be a mixed-use scheme. So we feel that given the town centre location and the benefits that a scheme could bring to that town centre, a commercial-led scheme could also work at that location. With the re-provision of the social housing, as well as the provision of a new medical use on the site, so that would be the benefit.
Yeah, I understand the medical use is important. I'm just slightly confused because you talk about policy A, site with a high quality residential led or office led mixed use development. And then the residential led is at minimum 20 social rent homes.
Yes, I think the point is keeping the policy flexible, because we recognise in the town centre a scheme could be residential led or it could be commercial led. But I think the rest of the policy is reflecting the scheme that we are expecting, the commercial led scheme essentially, which will just re-provide the existing residential on site.
But is that appropriate way to do site allocations is to mirror a planning application coming in? If you could get residential there, I just, you know, in the same way we discussed sites that got planning permission, and you said you need to put an allocation in because you want to ensure that if anything goes wrong, that you have a strong policy position to move forward. And I haven't really got any major issues with the policy. I just feel that the residential led bit seems to be lost.
Yes, I think that's fair. So I think really, we have looked at this site allocation again, and if we said it was office-led, I think that's fair to say. You can't really say it's residential-led and then have a criteria that really refers to offices, so I accept that point. So I think we'd be happy to.
We delete the residential land because we don't feel that we are able to allocate the site for housing, because for it to be residential led, some kind of minimum housing figure. I don't think we are at a stage where we would be able to do that. So
Sorry, we would get confused now. Why couldn't you? Is that because the value of the residential would be such that it would get rid of the commercial owners, or what? Why?
We're avoiding having to produce.
Sorry,
We're avoiding having to produce affordable housing.
Mr. Backer just wanted
What's okay?
to hear what they're saying.
No, that's not the reason. I mean, we will look at all our sites, and obviously we optimise them generally for residential use. In the constraints of this site, looking at how it would be brought forward and what we want, so it would be remodels as a complete new buildings on this site with the appropriate infrastructure. We are content in this case that it would be appropriate to have as I've said, an office-led mixed-use development with the residential element retained on site. But it's a prominent site. I think it's one where previously it was commercial. And I don't think we feel in this particular case, looking at the constraints of the site and remodelling the site and new building being put up, that actually there's scope necessarily for residential over and above replacing what's existing.
I think we haven't consulted with the, well, we've consulted on this policy, but to kind of come up with some kind of figure for residential would be quite difficult for us, given that we have the knowledge that, so the scheme granted permission was a redevelopment. The scheme we are now expecting is going to be a refurbishment of the existing, so it's retaining the existing building. And within those constraints, I just don't think that there's any chance of having residential on site, because it wouldn't then be compatible, the way the building is being retained rather than demolished and rebuilt.
But I'm still sorry, I'm really struggling with this because it's 4 o'clock and and I'm forcing people not to have a cup of tea. You've got something coming forward that you want to facilitate on this particular site, and your policy is written very much to facilitate or to mirror the development that's coming forward. Is that correct?
Yes, and it has also shaped the development, I'd say,
and
in
it
terms
shaped
of the
the
medical use, etc.
But if someone were to say your person, knight in shining armour, or whoever they are, decides that they don't want to come forward, you say that the site isn't appropriate for housing, but I mean, I've been on the site, and I don't understand why it's any less appropriate for housing than lots of sites in Kensington. I'm a bit at a loss.
Yeah, no, I think we're saying it is appropriate for housing, it is also appropriate for commercial, but what we would find very hard to do is to pick a number, a minimum.
Okay, I don't think we need to have a number, we just need to have the fact that it's appropriate for, you want a mixed use of residential or office, just be a bit more flexible in relation to the residential element on that site. I can't see how anyone's going to lose on that in that way. Whoever's coming forward would probably be able to develop it as is. Mr. Buck, you want to come in?
This is a site which we were intimately involved.
Microphone.
We actually, sorry, this is a site with which we were intimately involved. We supported, unusually, Victor building. The reason we supported it is because of the large range of public benefits that came with it. And that included public square, large GP surgery practice, improvements to step-free access to the underground, replacement of shops and offices, but also a significant contribution to affordable housing. This scheme doesn't look anything like that. It's got 30%, well, sorry, this application has only just come in.
Well, it's not coming now.
But
We've
it's-
got to pretend I don't know.
Right. Well, as described, there is no indication of the size of the project. It is just a list of uses. And I'm trying to find a way to send this to you. It's a good deal larger than the previous scheme, albeit that the tower is because instead of having a public square, which is still written into the description, what in fact we're going to get is a solid building across the whole of the site, going backwards from the main tower, which is going to be retained or reused. So what's described here is very different than what's actually being proposed.
Yeah, but that, as I say, is by the by, isn't it, to some extent?
But there's no indication of quantity.
No, there's no, but in terms of my initial thought, in terms of why it couldn't be appropriate for residential, I think no one's council's come to the conclusion, having budget them, that residential on that site would not be inappropriate as an either or type development, either or width. As it's written, it implies that it reference high quality residential led, but then it doesn't actually come through to the rest of the policy. And that's what I think it would be appropriate for it to do that. And then that gives more flexibility. Obviously, the design of any development that were to come forward, you've got all the design policies in the development plan. So can I then move on to the so the trajectory's got no housing being put on it because that 20 social houses are just replaced line for line, aren't they? So given that the council goes on about how much housing it needs, potentially inappropriate site. The plaza, the gentleman from CDG is going to pay something. SA11. So the question is, when you talk about retention of the existing office business use floor space, are you talking about a redevelopment of the site or new development, or just keeping it as is?
I think that's just kind of saying that the floor space would be provided. So I can see that it's giving the impression that we're talking about retaining.
Right. The gentleman from CEG considers it to be more.
Yes, hopefully we can help with the housing outcomes on this. I think CG originally developed this building some 35 years ago. It is now a sort of expired building in terms of what tenants would expect, what energy standards would expect. It's definitely something we want to bring forward at the current time. As the council have just confirmed, yes, it will be a redevelopment, and our working assumption would be no net loss, and therefore it's about looking at the right quality of SME space that suits the borough. To give you examples, I hope I've got the right reference of people like Cooper Beer and Feeder Tree who've grown up in this building under our client's management. I think we've heard this morning about the requirement to optimise the potential of sites. We've heard about the very limited opportunities in our PKNC to meet need. And therefore we were very pleased that the council agreed between Reg 18 and Reg 19 to allocate the site. I think that's sound in itself. Where I suppose we have a different opinion is in terms of the absence of height description and the capacity of the site, and therefore whether or not it should be identified as a site for tall buildings. We suggested remedies in our representations to you, Madam. The council has commissioned quite an extensive open space in support of the plan. In particular, I'll take you to things like the Arab landscape study, which is number CD 714. And what we note in that is that the site seems to share very many characteristics with site SA6, which you looked at earlier, which was the Lodge Road South site. Yet the conclusions reached in terms of the allocation appear to be different. The sites are not more than 140 metres apart from one another. When we look at the council's responses to our representations, we find that the council undertook a high-level assessment of the potential of our site. In particular, they made note of the representations received from the community to the SA6 SPD in coming to their conclusions about what potential the site is. Now, I think our view is that in the same manner as SA6, which we support the height of, we have very similar analysis in terms of the opportunity and the sensitivity of that site, which would suggest that it come forward at a similar scale. And actually, we think there are some characteristics of the site, such as its nodal location, its improved peat out, which actually make it more suitable when you look at the London plan definition for a more intense and potentially taller form of development than the SA6. We have, as part of our representation, asked Squire and Partners, who are well known renowned political architect, to undertake a more considered analysis of the site. Within our representations, you'll find a floor plan or an indicative arrangement of buildings on the site, which I think, reading the council's assessment, they agree with in terms of how it's constructed. But if you then assumed 5 or 6 floors for those residential buildings, and if you assume that the buildings might reach up to 10 stories, which is the SA6 height allocation, 6 to 10 stories, you end up with a housing capacity yielding more like 100 homes, not the 28 homes that are suggested in the council's document. So we think, whilst in one point it's described as 28 and the other it says 28 as a minimum, we think it should be closer to what we think the true capacity of the site is, which we think is probably 100 homes. And rather than having a blanket height of 10 stories, similar to the site to the south, in order to allow us to develop a design-led approach through the development management process, we think that the site should be identified as suitable for buildings between 8 and 15 stories, which would, in any of those circumstances, mean that the site should be identified on figure 4.4 as one suitable for tall buildings, much like the buildings which are also tall to the north of our site, and the buildings that generally hug the spine, which runs up the western corridor of the borough line from Bosworth Road Power Station through Olympia and Gosport up to the northern reaches of the Borough Council, which we were talking about earlier on today. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you. Does the council want to come back? I mean, it's clearly something that we just have to make a decision on.
Yes, I mean, we had to define heights in the borough. We looked at the topologies, even, what side of the road buildings were on. Sometimes buildings on another side of the road, I think we mentioned Potts Road, where there's a smaller story buildings on one side of the road than the other. And we just had to come to a decision on this one. And the council felt that in terms of the context, the immediate context of the site, that what we allocated it as in terms of its story height fitted into the context more comfortably than going for a tall building on that site, which we didn't feel actually fitted within the context. I appreciate our need to optimise sites and to deliver more housing. We really do want to do that. And I think in terms of the height study, we felt that the height we set was appropriate. And clearly, when any application comes in, it would be up to the application and a detailed views assessment on the height to look at sort of short, medium, longer range views and make an assessment at that point. And obviously, then the whole benefit if it's at the speed realistically would have to be looked at.
I mean, I don't think necessarily, I mean, I just think it's purely a judgment call on my part, really. Unless you have
I've
any
got a
further.
very brief comment to make to the council's comments. I mean, on the same side of the road as the SC6 allocation, I suppose from our perspective, there is an evidence space. The evidence space is consistent between the two sites, so I find it very unusual to disregard the evidence space that's been commissioned for this process. There is a duty to optimise, and we've heard various people talk today about the absence of housing delivery. Whilst I recognise, as you said, Madam earlier, it's not the be all and end all. It's a very significant issue which should attract huge weight in London alongside a design-led approach. And I suppose our fear is that I'm to use the word misallocating this site, not identifying it now, and not identifying it as a site which potentially is suitable for tall buildings. It is impossible then for us to come forward at all, very difficult for us to come forward at a later stage through the development management process and do all the work that has just been outlined, which would actually establish what the correct height of this particular plot was. So I think at the minute there's a risk that we're actually predetermining an outcome which will not optimise, which is inconsistent with the evidence space, and will result in development, good design-led development, not coming forward.
Thank you. Ms. Bach?
Yes, I think it's very unfortunate coming along at this stage in the proceedings when.
Sorry, can you make sure you're speaking to the microphone?
Sorry?
Can you make sure you're speaking to the microphone?
There's a map on page 122 which defines areas suitable for buildings. To give you an idea of what the yellow area shown on this is the World's End estate, which is pretty substantial council house buildings. Other than that, there really aren't any tall buildings in sight, apart from the ones that have been built on the waterfront. And that's again up for redevelopment anyway. But trying to revise this map effectively by saying, well, we should be included as an area defined as tall buildings, I think is the wrong way to do it. They should have challenged this as to whether that was a correct assessment. And as far as I know, this is. So it seems very strange that they would like to redefine the description of the site application for something that is not justified by the map, which actually shows you the localities where tall buildings currently are. I don't think this is the point of this inquiry, it's about renegotiating individual sites.
Well, I mean, to be fair to the gentleman from CEG, he has a right to make a representation on a particular site. I mean, that is clearly the
I don't
point.
want you to do it without the knowledge that the information is here if you believe it.
Yeah, I understand. I don't really particularly want to tip the hat on this, but
I wasn't intending to shift
just one last point, please.
It was just to be clear in the information, I'm sure you have it before you, Madam, there is a map of existing tall buildings in the evidence space. There is a document which determines the threshold approaches to tall buildings and that identifies those areas where tall buildings are 21 and 30. And then there's also a document which identifies areas suitable for tall buildings. I'm sure you're aware of all of that, just to make sure that's all very clear. Because the World's End estate is not the only local piece of context, and I'm sure you've been on site. You also know we're on the edge of the borough, and the context in Hammersmith and Fulham is very different.
Thank you very much. As a site manager, make a decision. We go 142A High Lever Road, SA14. That's one that we've done, I think, is involved with. I know it's in your plan, Peterson, but when I went out on site, I was
I mean, maybe in London you do things differently, but I'm just wondering how realistic it is that it'll actually ever be built up.
But I mean, the council has a new homes programme where it's identified a series of small infill sites, where it's including a number just in the neighbourhood area around. This is, as a site allocation, it suggests it could be 6 new houses. That sort of thing does happen in Kensington. If you visited the site, it looks like a film set from the 1950s, but it's a small motor workshop, been in use since 1919, single family ownership. I spoke to the owner again, as we have done every few years since we first allocated it. At the moment, he doesn't want to stop his business, but it is a potential site for a small number of houses. There's 2 rows of lock-up garages, as you've probably seen. So in terms of low-rise news housing, we think it is a deliverable and developable site, and obviously as a neighbourhood forum we want to encourage to identify all possible housing sites as part of our neighbourhood plan. So that's where things stand.
In terms of year 5, is that reasonable?
I think based on what Mr. Peterson has said, maybe not. And perhaps, I'd put that into the first 5 years because it's a small site, but if the owner is saying
yeah.
not to develop it.
Yeah, I'll shift it outside the 5 year housing supply. Because I don't think it's necessary to live with them. Okay, thank you very much. Can we go to Holland House Triangle, please? SA 16. Is there anything particular on the site that I should be aware of?
No, I don't think so. It probably proves that finding sites in this borough is challenging. There's no reason why this site shouldn't come forward. I suspect at a casual glance it might not look like a ready development site, but it is one site that could come forward it would sort of extend a Holland Road that exists at the moment. I think there may have been reps about whether it should be a local green space. We've dealt with those reps, I think quite comprehensively, so I don't really want to rehearse that again. That's probably all we need, I think, all we say at the moment.
Okay. I know that we've got to leave this room at 5. Do we have, Helen, do we have to be out the room at 5?
Yes, please.
Or have it be out, ready for someone to be in at 5?
Apparently it's 5:30 the meeting and they've got to reset the room or something.
Okay. So in other words, you could probably scoot through the rest of the sites and go through the action points before 5, I would think. Yeah. Okay. So if I'm correct, nobody else made any representations relating to any other sites that were identified. Great. So can we just go through the ones that we haven't dealt with? SA 4. Talk it through.
I don't think there's too much we wish to add. Really, we haven't put it in the first 5 years. I think the ownership is the government of Russian Federation, which clearly may affect when it comes forward. But
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
really that's
so,
out
so,
of
so in other words, although you say it's commence, clearly because they can't actually do anything with it because, well, it's not possible, it's not deliverable.
Lots of money.
Yeah, but the actual, it's not planning permission, so it's theoretically okay, just practically isn't. Yeah. SA6 we considered SA8 Chelsea Farmers Market, got planning permission for 15 years. You've got it coming forward in year 10. I assume that's because you don't really know when it's gonna.
No, so it's just based on when, you know, it's close to the expiry date or by that time, we hope that the decision in terms of safeguarding whether it's required or not.
Okay.
This is the end of the later.
Okay, so if it was required, that means the development would be able to move forward.
If it was required, then yeah, it would.
It would, but given where the status at the moment of Crossrail, it looks like it's highly unlikely it's been pushed back. In fact, I think now it's sort of stalled and there's no actual date if and when it might actually resurface. So I think on that basis that it is still realistic. Sorry, it's still realistic that we think it will come forward.
Okay. Thank you. Road, Donington Plaza, Harrington Road, SA12. This is owned by the Iranians, isn't it? Yeah, does that have the same issue as?
It has the same issue as the previous site.
Okay, but in principle, there's nothing wrong with it, is there?
No.
No. Right, SA13 hasn't got any housing on it, but you put in a last minute, proposed main modification for that, should you know?
That's right. I think through the program officer, we were contacted that the owner wanted to make some amendments, and because it's a town centre location and the council supports the retention of the medical research use on the site. So we don't really see an issue with it, so we've kind of worded it flexibly so it would allow for housing and mixed use development.
So in a similar way that Newcombe House.
Yes.
That it's for residential, as long as it keeps the element. Thank you. SA 15, Colebrook House. Any specific that you want to draw my attention to that?
No.
So why was an application withdrawn by them? Was it because it was too high?
That's right, yes, yeah. There may have been other reasons, but.
Why was it considered to be too high, by the way?
In terms of the height study that we undertook, it wasn't conforming with the undertook, and we also looked at other views as well. So it was finding out the context with the surroundings.
I think there were other issues as well with the affordable housing provision.
Thank you. So, I'm content with the issue, you know, the appendix 1 in terms of the housing trajectory. And I'm very appreciative that you've now come to it with dates, because that's helped me considerably from in years 1 to 5. That was nicely ambiguous. Can we go through the action points, please? Do you want to have a minute?
Yes, that would be really hard.
Okay. Right. If oh, no, okay, you would wish to raise an issue. Which like, you were just the principal of
Yes,
of housing.
slightly at your mercy here, just
Yeah, because you're an emissions
a couple of
site, aren't
stores.
you? Yeah.
So I know you can't consider, we consider emission sites.
No, I
It's
can't.
more that the designation of a site in the context of the housing need evidence, which is dealt with in a separate session, relates back to it. So we wanted to be here today in case it was discussed. I'm more than happy to cover it all in the housing needs session.
I reckon you'd have a more fertile ground on the housing need session in terms of, because clearly I couldn't recommend, or if there was a need, I would have to ask the council to go and look for new sites. I wouldn't be ever suggesting a particular site.
Indeed, yeah. But yeah, so it more squarely falls within housing need.
Yeah.
But we didn't want to miss the opportunity in case you want to discuss it today.
No.
Fancy.
Ms. Leeson, you've got
No, it on the basis of what you just said.
the council, at the end of the day, the council has very kindly will have written down all the action points, and just we go through them just to confirm that we haven't missed any. So some gentlemen from the council can do that.
So there is assessing impacts or assessing the recommendations and select views using the assessment matrix for building heights for SA1 and SA2. There's also action of finding notes regarding the route through Kensal Cemetery. A note on cost of contamination remedial works and how that's factored into viability for SA1. And that's from Bailey.
It's from the council to do it with them. I mean, they'll probably provide you with information, but it has to come from them.
And similarly, there's a note of viability for SA1.
I think
So it's the same thing.
which was particularly with regards to the London plan and how that fits in where there's a gas in the site.
Yes, there's an issue. Well, we won't have an issue, but yes, it relates to.
Absolutely.
And whether the contamination should become lost knowledge by land.
SA2, there is the appraisal of the building height study, working with Smith and Fulham, which on about taking into account the GLA for buildings going.
Yes, I gave you a bit more detail on that, didn't I? If that helps.
Yes, I would appreciate the detail on that.
provide detailed studies setting out areas of agreement and disagreement and agree the general principles of the development of the site to be undertaken in next month with reference to the London plan and guidance. Is that correct? Is that right?
Defining the term world class or world renowned.
Yes, that was your reason justification.
When once you agree those three, we'll go to committee. And the last one now is, which I would like more clarification on, is evidence about SA7 coming forward.
Yeah, I mean, SA7, the only evidence that I've got at the moment is HIA, which seems to suggest there are quite a lot of negative impacts. Reference to being referred to high speed. You know, you've got some, you haven't got those figures out of thin air, and it's just a bit more justification for that for me to consider.
That includes this one.
I had other things actually. So I think he said SA9, which was units 1 to 14 Latimer Road, draw attention to the agents of change principle. Regards to that. SA10 at reference to housing.
Yeah.
House. And then possibly in the further, clarify that it's not retention of the floor space. So look at the word in there. And then High Lever Road from the housing trajectory that moves out from this one.
Thank you very much. Speaking from Northern.
Sorry, just very briefly, I was just reflecting on what the representative from North Care said. You explained there would be the session on housing, which he would be making representations. As I understand, that would be simply on the basis of specialist housing need and would not stray into a particular site designation. He did refer to site designation.
I'm sure he will, with obviously because he gets paid to do this, it's his job. He will, no doubt he will say that there's this wonderful site that could come forward. I mean, I don't need to, I'm not prejudging the site at this point, but what it would, if I were to say that there was a need, I would then ask the council to go off and find a site, and then that would have to come through a main modification. Okay. There'd be no discussion about the merits or otherwise of a particular site. That's what I'd said in my guidance notes, which I'm sure the gentleman from North Care.
Yeah, we don't need your guidance note, and you've been very clear on emission sites. I mention it only because we did actually put in a representation about the designation of a piece of land, which is a local green space. But the programme officer advised me that you were not prepared to see that published because it related to an emission site. Exactly. We'd have accepted. Were they to stray into that territory, we would be saying to you, can that please be brought into the discussion?
You won't.
Right.
Okay. Right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Also, just like we finished the day before 5 o'clock, which we, this morning I thought we wouldn't have any chance, but we've done it. So thank you very much. I'd like to close, but we'll be back in a fortnight on Tuesday. That's correct. And have a good evening, everybody. Thanks very much, and I'll close the session.